developments, new ideas. Like, who would think that like 50 years ago that it's gonna be like electric cars that you can charge from your home, that it's gonna be like smartphones in which you can do almost everything these days. So yeah, kudos to the young generation, and let's embrace that the people that are coming after us, they're smarter and they're gonna be better than us.
I couldn't say it better. It's really very nice to hear all of the advices and the way you put it. I mean,
do you, Anna, have some advice for the generation?
Do I? I mean, I just in general agree with all of you, and I feel that the synergy of generations is something that is a very important thing, and every single thought that you said is probably could be constructed into this synergy, and just the overall respect and cooperation together. It's something that make us blossom overall. And well, I completely agree with every single word you said, and I'm very happy that we had this conversation together, and I thank you for being here with me, Ade, Desio, and Arina. A great pleasure, and I thank you for listening to us. And Arina's mom, I'm saying hi. Thank you so much. I'll give you your chance to say thanks.
Well, thank you, everyone, and thank you.
I can just repeat everything you said, word by word, and I'm looking at the watch, and all the others are waiting. But I think, Arina, you got something with you that we have been talking before about the flag of Ukraine, if you like to show here on the stage.
Absolutely, yeah. Some interactive parts.
Sorry for hijacking your MC.
No, it's okay. You know, you can never be. You can sometimes be tired of it. So I'm very welcome. I welcome everyone to take my roles from time to time. Okay, we can ask someone to take a photo. Obviously, if we have someone here, or we don't, but we can make it a video. Okay, great. And thank you so much, guys, and for the rest of you, the ones who are sitting here in the hall, and obviously the ones who are online, we have 1 hour for the lunch, and I will see you back here at 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors.
We must do better. Planet.
Unexpectedly good job.
Here in Singapore.
Incredible credibility out of the get.
This is our world. We must do better for that's why here in a force for good.
Challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust. Microsoft gives incredible credibility, helps open doors. Microsoft does an explainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
Welcome back from the lunch break, and I'm here to introduce and welcome on the stage our next hybrid panel, which is powered by Meta FCE. The name of the panel is The Future of Retail. We're going to have Krzysztof Bokulski, Managing Director at Molecule Group, Łukasz Miczek, CEO of Perfect Data, Ewa Kraińska, co-founder of Allegro Business, and Jinder Gang, Innovation Consultancy Lead at NetGuru. Guys, welcome on stage. The stage is yours. And if any of the names were mispronounced, I'm sorry.
Good afternoon.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Are we visible? Can you hear us?
Hi, Christoph. Hi,
Eva.
Łukasz.
Hi.
Hi. Eva.
Hello.
Jinder, can you hear us?
We can indeed.
Amazing. So, since I'm the moderator, let me start by welcoming everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch break with loads of valuable networking and good food. Welcome to this discussion panel about the future of retail. As you already heard, this panel is powered by MIT Enterprise Forum CEE, which is a leading global innovation platform where the world's leading corporations meet with innovative startups to develop new business models, hack innovative ideas together with startups. My name is Krzysztof Bokulski. I represent the Molecule Group. But now please allow me to introduce our panelist. Ewa Kraińska is a B2B financial services senior manager at Allegro, where for the last 4 years, she has been working on the growth of Allegro business. Her previous experience was product management in banking, working for such industry leaders as PKO BP, Idea, and Raiffeisen. Very warm welcome, Eva.
Thank you.
Łukasz Miczek, joining us remotely from the metaverse. No, I'm just kidding. From Warsaw. Łukasz is CEO of Perfect Data. His experience comes from 17 years in sales and marketing for such international companies as Heineken, Red Bull, and Coca-Cola. But currently, Łukasz leads Perfect Data, a startup helping brands understand consumer needs and psychological aspects of the decision-making process by using a patented technology of Perfect Data Smart Shelf. Łukasz, it's great to have you here with us today.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
And Jinder Gang, Innovation Consultancy Lead at NetGuru. Jinder is a strong advocate of the human-centered design, which helps drive businesses forward through product, service, and business strategy. He has worked with businesses on a wide variety of consumer sectors, ranging from startups to SMEs to high-profile international brands. Eva, Łukasz, Jinder, once again, welcome to the panel.
Thank you very much, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And as I think we all hope, it's great to see that we're still in a hybrid mode, but more and more people are coming to events, and I think we can say that we are saying goodbye to the pandemic, which has been with us for the last 2 years. I wanted to start by asking you, how have the last 2 years changed retail, and what are the lessons learned for the industry? Eva, maybe you could start.
I represent Allegro, the leading marketplace in Poland, and not only in Poland. So we really experienced the pandemic influence on our business. Of course, first of all, more and more customers start purchasing online. Those customers who were our customers before, but not as frequent as they become. But what is more important, we observe that new segments of customers, new like seniors, for example, people who were afraid of buying online before, didn't have a choice and started to buy, and they stay with us. So it's a great success of our marketplace that we prove those value for our consumers, for our customers. And secondly, I also represent Allegro business sector, and what we observe, and of course we work on it, is that many businesses start selling online. Those businesses that didn't treat or didn't want to try this online channel before for different reasons, but they started to sell online, and again they stayed, and many businesses turned into buying online. Here in Poland we have still quite small, quite little share of online shoppings between businesses in general, comparing to other countries, European countries. And what we observed, that pandemic make them consider this channel as not only eligible, open 24 hours per 7 days a week, but also much cheaper and with wider selection they need.
Jinder, from your perspective, especially talking about those new customer segments that also are emerging.
So it's very similar to Eva's question, and I promise I'm not stealing your ideas. But basically, the last 2 years really accelerated the move towards digital channels. Retail has a tendency to sit and wait, especially the big incumbents in the industry. And what we saw in the last 2 years was a big move towards digital solutions. So things like virtual try-ons, click and collect, different forms of payments, all these kinds of things we've been talking about for many years in the industry, but they didn't really occur. And the last 2 years basically have forced that upon the industry. One of the things as well is a greater need now for retailers to think about the ideas of safety. So we'll probably see a greater move towards things like autonomous stores as well. So that's, in essence, I would say, not a great 2 years for everyone, but it's something that the retail industry kind of needed. It needed a boost.
And Łukasz, what's your perspective?
For the last 2 years under pandemic, I can say only about that what changed in the physical retail. So I see definitely from the shopper perspective that we would like to do shopping much quicker than before. We are not feel comfortable in the crowded environment in the store. So we'd like to get to the store, take what we have on a list, and get out as quick as possible. So we are expecting right now a little bit different way of that how goods are offering for us in the stores. So also from the other perspective, the retailers are more and more open after those 2 years for innovations in the store, which allows them to offer the shoppers those experiences. So for us, it was a good time.
Sorry. We will touch on a number of trends and perspectives, but I think one of the most important that we should speak about is exactly the speed and the expected speed of delivery, the convenience of shopping. That's what consumers expect, and that should also be connected to the industry increasing the efficiency of logistics, also minimize the returns. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on how technology today can address this. Jinder, maybe you could take this one.
Sure. So the two elements of retail that we talk about a lot is curation and convenience, exactly as you mentioned, Chris. And what we've seen is that ability of utilizing tools such as virtual try-ons that increase the confidence of consumers in what they're going to purchase. As a return, you're looking at ideally reducing the amount of refunds and returns that come from them. It's also about smarter decisions being made by retailers. So we're seeing a lot more devices such as Internet of Things being utilized across the supply chain. So for years, and to give you guys a bit of background, I spent a lot of time in the luxury fashion industry. The focus was predominantly on the end of the value chain, on the customer experience side. But now we've seen the benefits of bringing digital transformation across that entire supply chain of retail. And we will only see it increase even more so in the future.
I will connect the question with the word that you have mentioned, Krzysztof, speed. And I think that data technology influence the speed the most. What I mean is, especially taking marketplace experience, I see that what we build, what we count for is using technology, using data to give our customers the convenience, what you mentioned, but convenience meaning the knowledge about the moment of order they can expect. I mean, when I should expect my delivery, why so late? Can I expect it in 2 hours or in 1 even hour? Not mentioning the same day delivery because it's becoming a standard after pandemic. So only data and really advanced technology can provide our customers this data, this knowledge, and very often make it a decision makers. Because this data very often convince our customers to buy at this store, not in different one. The data about the speed of delivery, for instance, and accuracy of it.
So if I understand the challenges here right, it's all about data and you know, the actual word here is big data, because all the optimizing works well if it's done at scale. If you have enough data to process, if you have enough also resources to implement some changes and optimize. And now on the opposite side, another trend that you can read a lot about in industry reports is customization and personalization of the experience, of the offer, and that's also said to be the future of retail. Now I'm wondering how targeting really small, narrow segments of consumers works well with this, because I'm sure it's a challenge for the bigger industry players. And yeah, how can technology address this part of the process? Eva, could you maybe also pick that up? Yes, because I'm sure
I can. Sorry, Krzysztof. Okay, I can share with you some experience, my experience from recent months, that we implemented the data into financial services. In terms of targeting, we set up a kind of propensity model that help us to target smaller groups, but with more specific content. So the output was that, like talking about the cost of marketing, for instance, the output was that we sent an email and other notifications to, as I remember correctly, 3 or 4 times smaller base, and the output was 4 times bigger volumes that we received, like CTRs and stuff. So the solution, like the tool was how to use propensity models, which means data and personalization, combining with a proper content to improve the efficiency. And I'm convinced that nowadays the modern technology, modern retail will be based on such personalization and of course including marketing automation, because it's all about costs. But those two tools will send dozens of emails, of contents to even more, but small groups of people, and at the output get really great efficiency.
And I can imagine the personalization here is both on the backend level, on the targeting level, but also on the level of the user experience, right?
Yeah, definitely. But if, of course, it's not like Krzysztof, that it's all given, but we just pick this cherry. We make really a lot of tests. We send a batch of emails with different contents. We just try and then make ABA tests, and then we end up with some hypothesis that is implemented and again tested.
That was actually part of my question. I wanted to ask Jinder, how does technology address this, and how can we keep the process efficient and still work on this very personalized, customized level of addressing the consumer?
So Eva actually explained it extremely well, but the one thing I would probably add is when we talk about kind of cycles we're in retail, we had multi-channel, we're meant to be in an omni-channel retail world. We're not. A lot of people talk about it. I know Łukasz disagrees with me, but we're not that far away from where we were with multi-channel. But the idea is that we should be moving towards unified commerce. And this is where that collection, that structuring of data is so important. It will allow us to have real-time information. And for example, that can be utilized that if somebody is in a store, it should empower the store clerk, the sales associate, to provide a personalized and better service because you have a better understanding of the customer. And it's also an increase in expectation now of the consumer themselves. If they don't receive an experience that's in line with their expectations, then it's a bad experience. And as these expectations continue to increase, retailers have to respond. And it's also important, because we have spoken a lot about digital, but offline retail will bounce back, especially after these last 2 years. But we'll see a slightly different move into how these physical spaces will be utilized. So we'll start to see in certain sectors like luxury fashion, hyper-physical stores make an appearance or increase in their appearance throughout the industry. When it comes to your more FMCG, we'll see a lot more emphasis on guiding people through their journeys. Because it's worth remembering for retailers, offline is still a very important channel for them. There's a lot more impulse buying that takes place offline than online.
Łukasz, what's your perspective on this?
So my perspective is focused only on the physical stores, because that's where we have some experiences. And I can say that right now the challenge is how to customize, how to personalize in the physical store is even higher than in e-commerce. So you can do that by the technology, and you have to do it if you are a retailer, especially right now, because if shoppers are more and more making purchase online, they are expecting quite the same level of service in brick and mortar stores. So you need to use the technology to let the shopper start some dialogue with the products in the place where decision is making. You can do that via multiple technologies, but all of them are based on online data. So you need to get some data right away, then use AI to give some suggestion to the client. For example, if you see that somebody curly hair is approaching, you need to offer product which is dedicated to this person, not to somebody else, and that's possible right now. This is what we are doing right now in the retail using IoT devices.
So, but I understand, even though you're focusing on brick and mortar, this predicting of consumer needs works best if it's putting together the experience online and offline. I wanted to ask one more question to you, Łukasz, from your perspective, 10 years from now, 2030, who will be making the shopping decisions for us? Is it going to be still us, or maybe already your algorithms?
I like to believe that we will, but supported by technology. So I believe that technology is made for us, for clients, not in the opposite way. And I hope that this approach will not change in the future. So we'll see.
From your perspective, Ginger, I also wanted to hear the blending of offline and online. Do you think this really works well already, or would you rather say that there is still a long technological way to go until the experience that the consumer gets is really accurate and there are not many challenges to address?
Interesting question. I would say that the technology is there. The technology is not being utilized in the way to make it a true unified experience for the user. It's a lot easier to differentiate your product, your brand, offline than it is online through the experiences. It's also, if we go back to the idea of hyper-physical stores, the idea that we can engage more senses of the consumer. And that's still a challenge online. But what we are seeing is some brands making an effort to try and unify these experiences a lot more. And to touch on one of the points you guys mentioned earlier, if we talk about the kind of key analytics that are required, offline and online, we look at customer analytics, so basing your targeting, marketing, your experiences, the idea of mass personalization through customer lifetime values and recency, frequency, and monetary value models that retailers always use, but also to marry them with the behaviors that are occurring from those different groups of personas that you have. So that's one way to ensure that you are structuring the data correctly. Then the other side is the operational analytics in-store, where a company like Łukasz could come in and help. So when we've done it, we've identified massive blind spots, we've identified patterns of use of a physical store. So there are lots of opportunities still, and retailers are starting to get to grips in an offline world in how to utilize that data to improve the customer experience, improve their performance. And also, we're hopefully going to see more use of AI and ML in being able to predict demand. Also, the use of virtual try-ons to help to predict what we should be manufacturing in the first place in order to potentially help reduce the manufacturing and waste problems of sustainability in the industry.
I totally agree with you, but actually I would add just one thing. Additionally, in my opinion, is the question of, I mean, technology is there, totally agree, but the question is how much we as a consumers would like to share, or how much ML, AI, we would like to use or let others to use our data, our personal data, to improve our convenience. So I think this is the question that big techs and others face today. Not only whether we are enough technological mature, but also the legal side of it. And of course, security is also on the agenda.
So Eva, thank you for this, but if you could name your dream innovation. You know, we have many great minds in the audience. What should startups be chasing right now? What should startups try to improve? Let's say thinking from Allegro's point of view about the next 10, 20 years.
I love such questions. Thank you, Krzysztof. Of course, there are a lot of about it's a lot of about technology and innovations, but in my opinion, it's a great pressure on those who sell online. I will focus on online. On the marketplaces, there's a huge pressure on merchants, on sellers, to deliver a wide selection, the right selection, so the item that customers are looking for at the right price, meaning the cheapest possible. And of course, there's a huge pressure from marketplaces to increase the take rates, the success fees. So at the end of the day, the margin of the merchant is quite challenging, I would say, in nice words. So in my opinion, it would be a great effort and the next innovation stream, I would say it like this, after buy now, pay later and all these payment methods that we are already facing, in my opinion, the next innovation stream would be the merchant financing solutions. Not as simple credits that are already on banks' offers and fintechs offers, because it's not enough. Merchant financing, revenue-based finance, financing the international orders, those tools and solutions that will help merchants face these challenges. I meaning lowering the cost of logistics, lowering the cost of orders, and facing these challenges that marketplace and customers are putting, and to save this margin that keeping these merchants alive. So that's my area of focus, but I really strongly encourage all fintechs not only to improve offline banking offers, because it's not that way, it's too little for us, from our merchants, but to try to really understand the challenges of online sellers and resolve their problems, their challenges.
Jinder, do you have any dream innovations that you would maybe also start working on in the next decade?
Yes, but first I have to say my dream innovation is what I think Dyson is working on, which is a robot that can clean your whole house. That sounds like a dream come true. But in the industry, there's a gap, and there's a gap for startups to come in and be brave. Incumbent players are quite slow to adapt, and one of my dream innovations is more centered around business models. There's companies like Mud Jeans, who do a subscription service for denim, for jeans. There's Save the Duck, which is centered around purpose. And I would like to see more companies like Color Zen, who remove water from the dyeing process in clothing. So an increase in sustainability and sustainable solutions across the supply chain would kind of be my dream innovations. And even looking at Sweden as an example, there's more of a movement of some retailers to share resources such as storage crates and so forth. So seeing more action in trying to solve some big problems that come out of the industry.
one buzzword that because we're talking about financing now, and one buzzword that wasn't mentioned by any of you, but I believe a conference these days shouldn't go on without the word Web3 being used. And I was wondering if you can already see some meaningful influence of blockchain technology on retail already.
I've seen some examples, so being able to see where your product came from, and I think Carrefour is an example of a company doing this. So seeing where the fresh produce, the milk, etc., came from is an example. But if I'm being honest with you, Chris, I'm not even sure if retail's caught up with Web 2.0. So I would like to see more effort in directly addressing real consumer problems, but still experimentation with Web 3.0. There needs to be an order of priority here.
Because I think that you can actually say that with Web3 and maybe touching a bit on the metaverse, we are going sort of full circle because we made people get used to buying online, not going to stores, but we still know, and especially Łukasz knows, that people still want to go to the store. They like this experience, and brick and mortar will not be gone. But then some vision of the metaverse, and there are retail brands that experiment with it already, brings people back to the store in a very personalized experience, and maybe there's a chance to connect, to start selling virtual products in mortal stores and the other way.
So I'm going to jump in again. I agree. Like we were speaking about digital twins about a long time ago in the industry. The difference between those and the metaverse is the audience exists and it will continue to grow. So it's a great opportunity for brands to differentiate, to stay in the mind of the consumers as well. It's definitely an option for them. I'm still to be convinced that it's the first priority for some retailers, but it is definitely somewhere where they are experimenting a lot at the moment. And I think it's better to experiment right now than to miss it and come into the game too late.
If I may, to jump in.
Yes, of course.
So about the innovation you talked about before, your dream innovation, I wanted to say that there is a lot of innovations which are available right now, especially for retail, but that's not obvious that we can find them in the real store environment. There are just examples that they exist, they can support, but still the moment when we will become familiar with that technology in every single store, like with the online assistant in the store, or the shelves which will talk to me and suggest what products should I consider to buy because I have another item in my basket. So this is still way ahead versus actual reality. So before I will think about my dream innovation, I would say that I would like to see the existing innovations, which will definitely support whole market in the real stores. So that's something. Another thing is about that metaverse you mentioned, that even in real environment, right now, there is a huge space for AR, which definitely will allow us to do the shopping in a totally different way. Till now, most of the activities in the stores, online and offline, were quite close to the price and availability. So how quick I can get my item and how can I get it for the lowest available price. But that's not all about. I think the challenge is still to address why should I buy this item, not only because of the price. More and more clients are open to change the products they are buying on the daily basis if they would knew that behind that change there will be something good. For example, I will support some local community, or I will support the new supply, the new producer who is using only natural ingredients, and so on and so on. So shoppers, not only offline but also online, are more and more curious what will be after their decision about what should I buy, why should I buy, and they are looking for those information. And for now, the big challenge is to get to get that knowledge right away. And I think that a lot of innovations dedicated for online and for offline will be dedicated to this case. I don't know what my colleagues will say about it, but I truly believe that that's the way future.
Avajinder, would you agree?
I think so. I have nothing to add. I actually agree with Łukasz wholeheartedly.
I like the idea to move those online innovations offline, and you've already inspired me, Łukasz, in some cases. But I totally agree. But I would add one thing, that I found some research recently that about 30% of users shop by brand, not by store or by channel. So in my opinion, that would be a huge challenge for brands to build those communities, as you mentioned, to create the love brands trends, to convince to buy it no matter where.
I think if we go to that idea of bringing the online, offline, right, as Łukasz and yourself have mentioned, one of the things we'll also be seeing in the industry is the idea of more pop-ups, right? So the idea of plug-and-play solutions where you can quickly set up your brand in order to stay in the mind of the consumer as well. So as you mentioned, it's true, people shop by brand more than anything else, regardless of channel. So the idea is to keep your brand and your retail shop, brand, whatever, in the mind of those consumers. And although online can work very well, targeted ads and so forth, offline is just as strong.
Jinder, I like the idea you mentioned of pop-up stores very much, because this is also, I think, a way of optimizing the cost structure by doing rather a test of how the audience responds to a physical store than setting it up for a long-term contract. And this brings me actually to the last question, because we're slowly reaching the end of our time. To a question I wanted to ask to each of you about. We spoke a lot about data, working with the new technologies like AI, and this all makes the customer experience better, more accurate, more personalized, and it's great for the consumer. But looking at it from a broader perspective, from the perspective of the environment, of making the business more environmentally friendly and sustainable, what would you say is the biggest challenge right now, as a summary of our discussion? Eva, if you could start.
Thank you, Krzysztof. I have not enough time. The first thing that came up to my idea is to be, I would say, to be honest with the audience, with the customers, and sell the truth. I mean, a few days ago, I took part in the conference that the part of this conference was panel about ESG, and few of the panelists mentioned example of companies that share this, very environmental friendly sentences, but behind these sentences is nothing. I mean, it's just the claim, PR, and I think it's a huge threat of ESG nowadays. So asking about the future of ESG and what we can as a companies do to make it happen It's to strongly believe in it and truly implement it, not only talk about it.
So
Absolutely.
I agree
you.
with Eva very strongly. There's three key kind of areas that are a concern in the industry, right? You have manufacturing, you have logistics, and then you have waste. Some people are trying to use waste as a way to trick people into customer loyalty. There's certain brands that if you return items, you get a voucher for the store. I have a difficulty in believing in the authenticity of that type of a model. But what I have seen is a large number of startups in this space now looking to tackle some of these real issues, whether it's reuse, recycle, or whether it's logistics and so forth. But what the larger retailers need to do is be transparent and be authentically open, because if they're not, they are likely to be held to account now more than ever before by the consumer. Unfortunately,
Thank you, Ginger.
sorry, one last point was, unfortunately, some won't act until their bottom line is affected. And the pressure shouldn't necessarily have to come from the consumer, but ultimately that is where it will come from.
Thank you.
That's a very wide subject, I think, the ESG and what should we do and what we are really doing now. For now, these are exactly like you mentioned, Eva. These are the words. Very rare we can see the action, but I believe that action will come. That's just a matter of time. And the question which Krzysztof gave was a little bit different for me, because it was how can we use that AI and big data for that reason. So even now, if you will be able to use the deeper layer of data, commerce data, to avoid dead stocks in the stores, that will avoid losses, that will avoid the products which need to be scrapped. So that's definitely good for environment. And this is something what technology can give. If you will have an access from the brick and mortar stores, from each shelf, you will know precisely what's going to be waste soon. But before it will happen, not after. So there are the ways which you can use to really go in line with ESG, even now. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed to see in the daily basis the examples like that. One of that is something what probably not many of us know, is that in all of the stores you can find hundreds of thousands of promotional displays, cardboard displays mostly. Nobody knows that those cardboard displays are going to be waste after promotion, which takes 1 week. So these are millions of tons of cardboard, which is not going to be processed again, because cardboard is not recyclable, especially cardboard with the coated cardboard. Even it's not something what you can burn in Poland. So changing the cardboard displays to metal ones, which are going to be reused for many, many years, will be a huge step for natural environment. That's just a very small example.
Or plastic credit cards into a virtual one. I really encourage it.
Exactly. So we know the
Guys,
example.
I think we could have discussed this further for another hour, list good and bad examples, but I'm afraid that we are already out of time. So I wanted to thank you, Eva, Łukasz, Jinder. Thank you very much for your sharing your knowledge, your insights, and thank you everyone for participating and being with us today. And of course, a big thank you to MIT Enterprise Forum CE for making this session today possible. Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay, so hello everyone. Thanks for each one of you that is here today. So in this session, we will be talking about Web3 and blockchain and the trends for the next years. But before we talk about that, the trends, what's coming for this amazing world, I would like to give a quick introduction about how it started. I think it's very important, very intriguing story. Okay, so just to make sure, someone from the organization, just one question. The clock here is not working, so I just want to make sure that I will be fitting my presentation in time. Just 1 second, please. Okay, yeah, okay, so it's working, yeah, I got it. All right, so yeah. Okay, so everything started when this guy, Satoshi Nakamoto, which is actually nobody knows who he is, he came up in 2008 with this idea to have a decentralized currency. And the reason why is because in 2008, at the subprime crisis in the US, many people were harmed by the weakness of the US dollars and the whole banking system. So basically the government saved all the banks, all the bankers, but many people were kicked out of their homes. And this guy was like, okay, this is not fair. We need better currency that, above all, it's not owned by anyone, not a central bank, not a government. So he came up with Bitcoin. And yeah, so the most interesting thing is that he created this network or system, and he mentioned that. So a system for electronic transactions without relying on trust. Which basically means that people wouldn't have to trust on a bank or on a central bank or any centralized institution. And very remarkably, the first thing that was registered on the first block of Bitcoin blockchain, the Genesis block, was the cover of this newspaper, which at the time said, "Chancellor on brink of second bailout for banks." So basically, the government was saving the banks, and so that was the first thing that was registered on the Bitcoin blockchain. Okay, so now we know how blockchain was born. Let's take a look on, what is the difference of, this technology compared to what we have or we had in the past. So the first example shows what is a centralized network, right? So you have basically a database that relies on a central organization. But then the Bitcoin was born with blockchain, so both were born together. Blockchain was created to give life to Bitcoin with a decentralized architecture. So meaning that you have some nodes on the network, which are also known as miners. And every time a transaction goes through, between one wallet to another, then you have some peers on this network that will be responsible for confirming that this transaction actually happened. And then that also evolved to this other type of architecture, which is the distributed type of network. So both of them, decentralized and distributed, are part of this new architecture that it is blockchain. So yeah, what can we do with blockchain? So you can think of blockchain as a database. You can register any type of information in this database. So Bitcoin, what Bitcoin's blockchain does is it registers financial transactions with Bitcoin only. And then this need emerging from the market. Actually, a few people in this that were into Bitcoin were like, okay, so this can be used for much more things that not only Bitcoin. We can decentralize it more things, not only money. And then it came up, many other projects that you might know as Ethereum, and many other blockchains followed. In all those new projects that came after Bitcoin, they are meant to be used for other specific purposes. But why we would want to decentralize things? Why we would want to register something on the blockchain? Okay, so first thing, when we talk about decentralization, why this is good? Okay, so we can think about our data, right? So our data, the data we have on Facebook, on Google, or any other service, Amazon, whatever, it's owned by actually these companies. It's not owned by us. Which brings us to ownership. Most of us, of course, we are okay with it, but more and more we are starting to ask ourselves, is that fair or is that right the way they are using our info? Because we know that they are using our info without actually our consent, right? Okay, so two other reasons why having things on the blockchain is really interesting. So one is immutability. Once something is registered on the blockchain, it cannot be changed. So if you have recorded a transaction or any type of information, you can be sure that this information will never be changed. So, and this can be applied to many other things, and we'll be talking about some of these use cases in the next slides. And transparency. So we have what is it called most of the times, private networks. And of course, in these private networks, you cannot really see what's going on. But in most of the blockchains, which are the public blockchains, you can actually verify everything that is happening on the chain. So it makes like audit and every need to access these informations very, or better than that, 100% transparent. So it opens us a world where we're not like manipulated by what centralized organizations are saying. You can just verify on the blockchain what's going on. Okay, and then with blockchain, we move to Web 3.0. So I think this image is the easiest way to describe what is Web 3.0 or Web 3. So in the beginning of the internet, or until a few years ago, we had Web 1, right? Web 1.0, which could be defined as, okay, give us your information, then you have access to our services. And then as like many platforms like Google, Facebook, Twitter became bigger and bigger, they became this sort of like centralized institutions for data ownership. So these guys, they know more about you than yourself. And it's crazy because it's true. I mean, Google knows probably what you had for lunch yesterday, but you probably don't remember. So, okay, but not to get too much on this topic, this is Web 2.0. So you would log in with this information that someone else has from you, okay? And then it comes Web 3. Thinking in a scenario where your personal information, any type of personal information is actually owned by you because it's on your wallet, then you would log in using your wallet. So meaning that when you log in using your wallet, your account that is on the blockchain, you are the only one that can authorize that. And the platform that you are using, every time that needs your information, it will be requested to you. Not to Google, not to Facebook or whatever, but to you. So yeah, I think this image is a very good way to describe what is Web 3. So yeah, let's talk about some of the trends that Web 3 is bringing. So the first one, and I suppose that most of you have already heard, is the DeFi, or decentralized finance, right? So what can you do with DeFi? Okay, you can do exchange. But why this is different? Because you don't have to create any account. You don't have to go through a centralized institution, do a KYC, provide your information, show you're real, you're alive, all that stuff. You can just go and exchange different assets. As of now, mostly cryptocurrencies, but many more applications are being built on top of that. And you can easily exchange one asset to another without requiring request, permission, or allowance for anyone. You can also do lending. So instead of going to a bank and ask for, money, or if you want to lend your money to the bank, you don't need to go through the bank. So this middlemen, and I think this is, a word that we see a lot in the blockchain space. We don't need the middlemen anymore when we have blockchain. If you have savings, if you are saving money, you don't need to keep that money on a bank that probably you're not earning anything for this money that you're actually borrowing for the bank. It's your money after all. I mean, when you have your money at the bank, it's the money doesn't belong to you anymore. It belongs to the bank. And if the bank is, liquid enough, they can return that money. But it's actually their money. Blockchain changes that. It is still your money and will always be your money. Funding. So you can, let's think about IPOs, for example. You are a company and you're looking to raise fund. You would have to apply for, many. You'd need to have banks on behalf of you. You would need to, ask permission for many agencies, like governmental agencies, regulatory, all of that crazy stuff. That makes not so viable for any company to raise funds and, centralized market. But then if you are on the blockchain and if you have a project and you want to get funded, you can just, do it on the blockchain without, using blockchain without asking permission from anyone. So you can do insurance and of course you can do payments as well. So this is just to mention a few, but this image, I think it's also a easy way to understand what is, a middleman and what's the difference of centralized finance, which is CeFi, versus decentralized finance. And that also describes quite well. So in the DeFi space, you don't have to ask permission for anyone. And that changes everything. So it's, open space, censorship resistant. So say you are in a country that, the president comes out and say, okay, you cannot do this anymore. Okay, let's give an example. If you live in Venezuela, you cannot have access to US dollars to protect yourself against inflation. You have to earn your money in Venezuelan bolívares, and you cannot exchange for any currency. You have to hold that, sorry for the word, but you cannot hold, other coins. You have to hold that shitcoin that the government told you to do so. In the DeFi space, this is also changed. I mean, you don't have to rely or to obey what a president tells what you to do. It's much more cheaper and built on the blockchain, so open. So next trend, NFTs. So, and this is probably a very hot topic, right? Most things that we see about NFTs are just about monkeys, but that's not all. If you are an artist and if you have, written a book or if you have written a song, you currently what you would do, you would have to need maybe one agency or maybe a few behind you to distribute your art, your book, and to compensate you. And you don't actually know if this compensation that you are receiving, if this is 100% transparent. They will tell you they sold like, 1 million people listened to your song, and because of that you earned like $1,000, and you have to trust on that. But then when you have this on the blockchain, it's 100% transparent to see and to verify how many people acquired your art or your song or your book, and you get automatically compensated by this network. So again, we eliminate this middlemen. That can also be used for, tickets like events, certificates, diplomas. Okay, this is really interesting because when we get out of the university, we hold this piece of paper, right? With, a label, like a stamp on it, and everybody trusts on it. And it's crazy that, still people trust on it. When you have this on the blockchain, it's very easy to verify if that's, true or not. Trend number 3, tokenization. Okay, so say, for example, that you are a small farmer and you want to hedge your you know, whatever you're growing, like you're growing coffee, and you want to hedge that. So if you are a big guy, it's easy for you to go to a stock exchange and, you know, buy and sell commodities, like, you know, do a contract to protect your harvest. But if you are just a small guy that, you know, would want to use these mechanisms, it's very hard for you to do that, and sometimes it's much more expensive, so it really doesn't work. But when you have this on the blockchain, you can easily be exposed to any kind of asset that has been tokenized, you know, buying, selling, hedging, or, you know, anything. So this opens the door for basically anything, really anything, to be tokenized. Which brings us to Metaverse. The most interesting thing about the Metaverse is that it gives you ownership for assets on the internet. So previously, before the Metaverse, let's think about, you know, any game that is not on the Metaverse. Any asset that you have there is just, you know, something that people can just, you know, print and, you know, invent, and you know, you could have as many as possible. But when you have ownership for something that cannot be just replicated, like just printed, like, you know, you cannot just create new ones out of nowhere. That gives ownership, which in consequence, it gives value to this item that you have. And all those items that you have on the Metaverse, they are tokenized somehow, which means that this can also have a value on the real life. So the Metaverse is not actually just bringing you know, our lives to the digital world, but it's actually the bridge between what you own in the real world that can also be owned on the digital world, and vice versa. CBDCs, and I'm not really sure if that's good, and but it's definitely a trend, and I will explain why. So currently the money that we have from the government, like fiat money, like paper money, it's not really traceable, right? So whenever we exchange that money, you go and pay for something, the government doesn't really know who is holding that money, or, you know, when or where that transaction took place. But when you have this on the blockchain, it's very, very easy to know when, where, you know, who owns that money. And of course, this, you know, can lead to actually very accurate taxation. For the government, it's also really cost saving, because if they don't have to print money anymore, or even relying on very expensive systems, you know, to connect like banks to the central bank and etc. It's very interesting business for the government. One potentially interesting application for CBDCs is what we call cross-border CBDCs, which is if you want to exchange your euros for any other currency, it's probably a pain. If you do that for, you know, you cannot do that like in minutes or even seconds. It's really a pain. But if you have this on the blockchain, like a CBDC, you can easily exchange one currency for another. So this can be potentially good for us, I mean, if we are using government money. So very interesting application, I think. 6 is smart contracts. So what smart contract does is they auto-execute functions that were predetermined. Okay, so let's say that the lock from your apartment is connected to any system that is using smart contract. So let's say that the payment is not done. This lock will be automatically informed by the smart contract, and you won't be able to enter in your apartment. Of course, many of these in the user experience side, when we have to consider humans in this equation, of course, it cannot be, you know, just rough as this example as that I explained it. But this is basically what the smart contract does. They execute predetermined rules that cannot be changed, and you know, this is very interesting. So you can think of it just like any contract or any agreement that you sign. Instead of you having to go to the court and, you know, need, you know, a judge to, you know, like execute it and tell who is wrong or who is right, the blockchain can just provide that, you know, auto executions automatically. And data ownership, I've already mentioned about that, and I'm really running out of time, so I'll be quick on this one. Whatever information that you have, it can be about your health, your habits, your identity. When you have this on the blockchain, it only belongs to you. And when someone wants to access that data, you have to authorize it. So I am Victor Mendes from Pundiex, Director of Business Development. And very quickly, it will just take a minute, I promise. Let me tell you what we do. So we do the crypto shop, which is crypto exchange offices where someone can go and buy, sell, and buy cryptocurrency easily. And we also do crypto payments. So we allow merchants to accept payments in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies and have this automatically exchanged to local currency so he's not exposed to the volatility. We have integrated our solution with most of the major POS manufacturers, like Ingenico, Verifone, etc. And we are now growing our presence in Europe. We are actually in over 30 countries at this moment and growing our presence. And we hope to have our solutions working here in Poland very, very soon. So thank you very much. If you have any questions or want to discuss more about blockchain, I will be happy to receive your email. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And we are moving right next to the next presentation that we have from Maciej Jorzon from Bright Technologies, which has a very interesting name, and I'm looking forward to seeing it because the name of the presentation is Fuck Ups from the Startup World. Let's see what... We are ready? Yeah. Let's see what Maciej has to say.
Yes. So I just decided that it's the last day of the Wolf Summit first. It's almost the last presentation. So I don't want to be so serious, and I don't want to do the full auto-promotion because basically I'm pitching in the final contest. So decided to do some jokes. So if you are VC, first. If you are startup, second. If you are IT, third. Please don't be so much offended about it. All of them are true. So I will try to guide you through the biggest fuck-ups. From my experience, from experience of my colleagues, I decided to divide it into 7 parts. Idea. It is how it starts, yeah? So all of us has so many ideas, has so many breakthrough, life-changing ideas. So I also have had so many good ideas, but in the last couple of months, my previous colleague just told you about the blockchain, about DeFi, and all other things. So they're amazing, they're innovative, but last time during my event in Lisbon, I have been talking with my friends with the startup, and they told me that they have amazing idea. I was asking, okay, tell me that. And they want to revolutionize, yeah, like everybody, revolutionize the world. So they want to change oil into the water. Sounds interesting, yeah. Oil into the water. Then they want to do the token from it, send it as an NFT, and everything in Web 4.0. Oh no, Web 3.0 right now. So that's the craziest idea I have ever heard. Maybe it's next wannabe unicorn idea. Who knows? But what I'm also talking about the ideas because I am a startup, but I'm also in the VC world. So I've been in the VC world for more than 5 years, so I have heard so many good ideas. So that's the craziest one. Let's do the next one, monetization. So firstly, as a startup, secondly, as the VC, I believe that monetization is so important, yeah? Of course, startups don't have to earn money. No. They have to burn money, yeah? Because only if you're burning money, you are good enough to get the investment. So you cannot be profitable. Yeah, that's true. I don't know if you have VC in the room, but probably they agree that if you are profitable after 1 or 2 years, that's not good because you invest not enough money into the growth. So monetization. So basically, of course, as the also VC guy, I've been talking with the guy in the Industry 4.0 startup. I don't want to share the name, but it was pretty funny because we have been talking so much, blah, 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 blah. And I asked him, okay, tell me about your traction. And he told me, okay, we right now have three ongoing POCs. It's great, yeah, 3 POCs in the automotive. It's a nice one, yeah. So I asked him, okay, so tell me, how much are you earning from those POCs? Nothing. I was like, okay, no worry. Sometimes, pilot phases and POCs or something like that. But I asked him, okay, so when are we going to the full commercial? And he told me that within the next 24 months. I was like, so basically, they are doing POCs for free for 24 months. So I believe that that's also a small problem for the VCs. I refuse to invest into that. So, my favorite topic of the day. So probably we have some software house in the house. So basically IT people. So it's let's say my real story about myself. So I believe that 6 months ago, I hired a very nice guy in the data analytics. So he's so fucking expensive. But okay, I decided, okay, he's a senior one. He's gonna be my head of analytics. He has experience in finance, banking, everything that I need. So I said, okay, let's check him out. So let's try if he is good enough to be head of analytics or the C-level. So after 2 months, I just found out that something is not right. Something is not right with my projects. Deadlines are not met. I don't know what exactly. So I asked him during our internal meeting about what is going on with the project. Why is it's not working? Yeah. So basically, he's a super expensive guy, and he told me just to fuck off. I was like, okay, that's a nice one. But of course, I have my client's meeting next week, so I couldn't fire him. So okay, I decided, okay, I apologize for that, yeah? I apologize for him saying to me, fuck off, yeah? I was his superior at the time. So I apologized, he was like, okay, nothing happened, okay, apologies accepted. Okay, so after next 2 months, I found out that he done nothing, literally nothing in the project. Basically, he just fake it so much that he have had 4 ongoing projects, 4. All of them are 8 hours per day. So basically 4 ongoing projects, and all of them are super good paid. So basically, he has had 4 ongoing projects, and basically I got nothing. So thank you IT people. Yeah, still looking for the new ones. Technology. Oh yeah, that's our topic too, because we all want to hear about the AI, about the changing the world, revolutionizing the world with the data analytics, with Web 3.0, NFTs, everything, monkeys, and so on and so on. So everyone wants to be innovative. That's the first buzzword in the decks. The second one is, let's say, breakthrough, revolution, and so on and so on. So basically, 2 years ago, I went to Dubai because we were awarded as one of the 20 the most promising technologies in the world in the financial sector. I was like, okay, great, thank you. Very nice one, very nice and pleasant one. So I went there with my CTO to show what we can do with our technology. And we were like super, let's say, afraid of this event because basically, it's pretty tough to show our technology when you have like 19 others super innovative from all over the world in the financial sector. So it found out that from 20 breakthrough technologies that we have had in Dubai, 18 of them, 18 from 20, just didn't work. They were like presentations and slides. So 18 was a great, they were like great presentation, to be honest, guys. So really nice one, colorful, fruitful, everything, but there was nothing in there, nothing. They asked us if we can license out our technology to them. That's the story, yeah? So technology, innovative. Expansion. Of course, that's another buzzword for all the VCs. You cannot have more than seed round if you don't want to expand. Of course, the expansion has to be the global one. Basically, it has to be in the LATAM because it's a good market to grow, definitely, yeah. VCs love it. So expansion. So, of course, once in Lisbon at Web Summit, I've been hearing like let's say the interview of one of the biggest NFT startups in the world right now. So his logic was that from the very first day, he just wanted to be global, the same like me. But you know, it's just super easy to do the expansion. Yeah, it's super easy. We did it like we are like in 25 countries and so on and so on. I was like, amazing. Yeah, they like Series A round. I was like, oh my god, how I can do it? Yeah, Series A round, and basically they raised in the Series A 400 million euro. So if you raise 400 million euro, probably it's much easier to expand than if you do, I don't know, 2 million euro round like in Europe. 10 million round is super nice. So basically, you can expand, but you need money. So VCs have to have courage to invest into you, and then you can expand. So that's also my advice for the VCs. Fundraising, yeah, that's an important one. I believe that is the most important one for all the startups. So fundraising, you know, is the game. You have to play the game, with all the VCs. You have to show them what you can do. But basically, you have to show them the vision. If you have like, if you are Series A, Series B, Series C round, definitely you have to see the vision because they invest into the vision. So maybe it's not so funny for you, but basically it's my advice for the startups. Just be brave, and you know, always show that you can conquer the world and do the expansion worldwide. Only with that in mind, you can do the really expansion. You can really fundraise Series A, B, C. So that's my one advice for you guys, to be brave if you are the startup. And chasing unicorn. It's my personal story. You know, when I meet with my internal team, with my internal head of departments, I am always telling them, okay, it's one day, and we are almost unicorn, yeah. So basically, every fucking day, I'm telling them. So it's my personal dream and something in my head that I want to be unicorn. Really, I have the toy of unicorns all over my place. Yeah, I believe that I'm gonna be the next one. So basically, that's the dream. And I am in, let's say, in tour, looking for the partners, clients, investors for almost 3 weeks. We have been in Maribor, Riga, Tallinn, Barcelona, and so many other places for the conferences too. And you know, the funny thing, all of them were associated with the unicorns. Basically, all of the startups, you know, the only word that you can hear during the after party, unicorn, 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 unicorn. So I decided, okay, I am not so fixed about the unicorns because all of them are the same like me, yeah. Unicorns, you know, we are eating something unicorn, we are drinking something unicorn, yeah. So basically, unicorn status is something that probably all of us, and maybe here, want to be, and I wish you, all of you, to become the next unicorn, because it's a dream for all of us, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maciej. Perfect timing. And you know what they say about dreams? Do visualize, and maybe they will become true. We will see very soon. I'm here to give a moment for my volunteers to rearrange the stage, because we're going to have a panel discussion, probably one of the biggest so far. And we will be back in approximately 2 to 3 minutes. Stay tuned. Gergo Gulias from Wolf's X, Natalie Torbey from Scaleway, Rodrigo Olmedo from You Globally, and the panel will be moderated by our lovely colleague, Alaina, the head of community partnerships and head of volunteers. Guys, come on!
Hello, everyone. Hi, we have I think this is the most fun panel for today. So I think this is the last one for today and for the whole event, right? No? No, it's not? Okay, okay. It's the last before the last. Yes, I'm having fun already. I mean, this is the chill panel. So, yes. So let's just do a quick background check. So my name is Elena, and I'm from Belarus, and I work in Poland. I also worked with teams from Georgia and Ukraine and Belarus and Poland, and basically our team is very multinational. I think once we checked how many languages we speak, and it was like 15 in total, like our team, and we have 15 people. And yeah, maybe we can start with Rodrigo, with your background, where you come from. What do you do? Like, where do you live now? What do you do? How did you come here?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, my name is Rodrigo. Very glad to be here. I am from Brazil, but I live in the Netherlands, and now I'm in Poland, so that already says quite a lot. But basically, I have a company called You Globally, where we support tech companies expanding internationally. And in our portfolio of customers, we have companies from more than 40 countries going to I don't even know how many different countries. So we deal with different cultures and yeah, just different way of doing business across the world every single day. And very happy to share a few of the fun stories, of course, but also very good learnings on things that you should definitely not do, but obviously also things that you can do, and you know, how to navigate those differences.
Okay. Greg, you're next.
Yeah, so as you heard, my name is Greg, for real. But my real name is Gergely Gulyás, so as you can find out, I'm from Hungary. Goulash soup is from Hungary, so my name is Gulyás. Anyway, long story. I have a very weird Italian accent for some reason, but I also have a British passport, so I'm already very multicultural. And my main domains are international expansion programs. Say, for instance, we did it together for Brazil. It's up and running with Azerbaijan. Now we have Korean clients representing LG. You know, what else? Yeah, so pretty international work-wise, and also work with international team. So
I think I counted like 5 languages, so 5 countries already. So, Natalie.
Hi, I'm Natalie. I'm half Egyptian, half Italian. I don't speak Italian, but I speak Egyptian. I lived in Dubai most of my school years, and then I went back to Egypt. I've been working in recruitment since 2013. I worked in Egypt, in Poland, and today in Paris. I speak French as well, and I'm working in the recruitment, leading the recruitment team in Scaleway.
I was actually wondering where the French accent came from. It makes sense now.
How come you don't speak Italian, actually?
I just have the passport from my grandma, but it's such a shame that I don't speak it.
Greg can speak some.
Well, at least I have the Italian accent for you.
Yes, he has Italian accent when he's speaking English. Have you heard? Like, really?
True.
So let's see if this is true, actually. We can test our accent.
Actually, genetically, I'm Italian as well.
Oh, really?
Like nearly 10% or something.
Okay.
And my father looks very Italian, and he played music with Lucio Dalla. So if you are really from Italy...
Lucio Dalla, really? Oh.
So that's a big thing. Oh, yeah.
So you can sing a little piece of the song, the most famous one?
Rather not to, but...
Okay.
Okay, anyway. My name is Angelo Burgarello. I'm originally from Italy, and I live in Czech Republic. I work in Czech Republic, in Prague. And I'm one of the partners at AI Startup Incubator, which is an investment company that invests in AI startups. We are also launching our new VC in the next few months. It's going to be called Look AI Ventures, and we're going to use it to reinvest in startups in our portfolio, and also invest in 36 new AI startups from the European region, and also beyond.
That's so cool.
Actually, even being Italian, I'm always say that, oh, you are not really Italian because you are from Sicily.
Oh,
so I also have this other thing on my shoulder. Yeah, apart from all the stereotypes, as you can imagine, being an Italian living abroad, I have also the Sicilian one. So the first things that I've told is, oh, so mafia. Yeah, of course. And I was talking to Rosie maybe last time that there's this new movie. I don't know if you saw it.
No.
Probably I
Probably
shouldn't even
no.
mention it. Okay, so I will not mention it as bad. Okay, it's fine.
No
That's
product
cool.
placement here. Okay, so thank you for the background check. And like the next thing I want to ask you is when you were moving to the country, like first country you moved in, or like now where you work now, what were your expectations versus what you got into reality? Like I'm talking about stereotypes, misconceptions, and all this stuff. Maybe let's start with Greg. I'll just start with every other person each time.
So basically, when I moved to the UK the first time, I thought the English people are very well dressed and polite. And actually, sorry, but it's not really true. And yeah, some of them are. And that was a huge, well, it's not disappointment, but I learned a few new things. So say, for instance, fish and chips only on Fridays.
Oh, I didn't know about this.
Yeah.
Okay. Natalie?
When I moved to Poland, I thought that it would be another world, another Earth, because I thought that we come from very different background, and we do, but at the same time, work was work, so it was really the same thing. I was doing the same thing, recruitment, sourcing, candidates. I mean, we are the same. One of the first things that was different for me, that I was working on a Friday and having a weekend on a Sunday, because in Egypt it's not the case at all. So Friday was the weekend and Sunday was the first day of the week.
Okay.
So that was a big difference for me. That took time, and today I cannot go back and work on a Sunday, for example. So I've been so used to it.
Okay. Rodrigo, what about you?
I have so many of them.
Just choose one.
I'll get the first one. So before living in the Netherlands, I also studied in Canada for about a year.
Okay.
And the thing that I know and I always knew from Brazil is they were very warm people. But I didn't know how that was different in practice, right? And in Brazil, if you get to know someone, we're very huggy and very touchy. And people there are not like that at all. And I learned that the worst way possible, as you can imagine. I remember my first day in university, I was talking to a few people. And then in Brazil, if you get to know someone, like usually guys shake hands and you give a kiss on the cheek of a girl. But I didn't know that was not the same in Canada. So that's exactly what happened. I said hi, and I gave her a kiss and a small hug. And you know that super awkward silence?
Yeah.
Everybody was looking at me like I killed someone. And I was like, what happened here? I don't know what's going on. And that happened so many times. Oh my God. Even with Finnish culture is also very different in Brazilian in that sense.
Okay.
And I remember when I met a few Finnish people, they were still coming into the country. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to make them feel very welcome. And I went hugging everyone. And they were so uncomfortable. Oh my God. Like we were in a party and everybody just looked at me, you know, everyone, like the whole party was just staring at me looking at what is this alien doing to these people?
Some, fluids and love. Yeah. Angelo, what about you?
It must be related to work environment, or it can be related to also other ones. Because the question could be, it's a tough one, because I have many and there is a huge overlap. But probably one that is worth mentioning is that in Czech Republic, people used to call Thursdays like small Fridays.
Okay.
Yeah, they say čtvrtek je malý pátek.
Okay.
So Thursday are small Fridays. And that's because they actually appreciate the fact that the weekend is going to come even sooner than all the other countries. So the Friday is the moment where you reflect a little bit more, you take a couple of coffees on top of the usual ones that you take and relax a little bit more. So I discovered by myself that Fridays are not really super effective as they are in other countries in Czech Republic, but it's actually a good moment to, let's say, plan the activities for the next week, and I kind of get into this kind of thing too. Then a huge difference is also garlic. This is not work related. And being an Italian, we use garlic in a really specific manner, because we all love to cook, and garlic is one ingredient that is essential. Yeah. So, but we remove the garlic out of any kind of fried preparation, prepared food that we do. And we don't smash it and put it there and leave it there, because it could be dangerous in business meetings, for example, right?
Yeah, you will not hear the next interview.
Yeah, so I think that this doesn't happen in many countries in the region, I would say. I don't know if Poland does this this one too, but Czech Republic loves garlic.
I didn't notice this actually, but let's see. Let's see maybe in a couple of years. Okay, and like the next question is about stereotypes. So, Angelo, Italians are late, and like no one is like, everyone's like, okay, we'll do this tomorrow. This is a stereotype, right?
Greg, when you sent me the last email, I didn't reply.
2.5 months ago, and actually I pinged you. That was a ping already. So the first one went out 3 months ago, and then I pinged you, and still waiting for a reply. So please make sure it happens.
Okay, so that's it. That's my answer.
Okay, this is not a stereotype then. But do you have any other stereotypes? Like, this is real stereotype, not the fact.
Stereotypes. Italians chasing girls, for example, that is another one.
They don't?
They do.
Okay.
So that's another fact.
Okay.
Oh, just gonna be tough.
Okay. No,
Yeah,
then
mafia
everything
probably is a
fact.
stereotype that not every Sicilian is a mafia guy.
Oh, yeah.
So,
This
a
is stereotype. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Rodrigo, you told me that Brazilian people are very indirect.
Yeah, so in Brazil we have a few things. I'm going to keep this one a bit more to the business side.
Yeah.
But the first of all is, in Brazil we are very relationship oriented, and I know that's very similar to the Italian, for example. But we only do business with people that we trust. And the problem with that is we don't want to hurt their feelings because we want to be nice and keep the friendship, which means that we're not very good at saying no. So, very similar to what you hear from Americans or British, but we are definitely much worse. But usually what happens is if you're going to a business meeting with a Brazilian and you're trying to sell something or get something, they will probably not going to tell you, I'm not interested, it's not going to work. They will tell you, this looks really nice, really interesting. I need to talk to my team and I'll get back to you. And the problem there is you leave the meeting thinking, wow, we're going to do business here for sure. But in my head as a Brazilian, I'm like, whew, never need to talk to this person again.
Okay. Greg, what is yours? I mean, no, I wanted to say mine. Sorry. I wanted to say mine because, I was talking to Greg and Diana. Diana is also our team member. And we were talking about like Eastern Europe and like Central Eastern Europe. There's a big misconception that Eastern Europe is a big bloc that was under like Soviet Union previously, and all Eastern European countries are considered to be like one country, like Eastern Europe. Doesn't matter, like Eastern Europe, but inside this we have like really a lot of different countries, and yeah, like also like Monica told me that Monica's. We were talking about this, and like I was asking, like, what is the misconception? And she told me like the really good one that sometimes when people talking like Eastern Europeans talking about going to work for another country, it's they consider you going to work for a construction building or do some manual work, not like not the other jobs, only the manual stuff. But like it's not always the case. Yeah. So Greg, what about you? Do you want to say about anything about Hungarians or Eastern Europe as well?
Well, I have a few things to say.
Okay. All right.
So yeah, maybe I should start with the similarities because I discovered a few. So say, for instance, back to your kissing and hugging rituals. Well, we do the same in Hungary, but as I pretty much grew up in the UK, I mean, in terms of my adult life, I started to drop it. And I have a very good friend from Turkey. Also, we do stuff together in business. And, sometimes he likes to do that in front of everybody. It's really, really comfortable. And this is something that you shouldn't do unless if you want to be labeled as a registered sex offender in the UK. So that's something. And, yeah, in terms of the small Thursdays, yes, We also have it in the UK. Thursday is the pub day, and the weekend is for the family and friends. So, yeah, that's very cool. And I think that is very, very effective because you can get wasted on Thursday with your colleagues, so everyone will have the same excuse. So Friday you can just fly, and you can do the very same thing with your family and friends. So that's also something that I learned in the UK. And in terms of stereotypes, I'm not too sure. Maybe we should ask Diana what they think about us, because
next time in the panel, she's sitting right there.
But yeah, and also maybe you tell me, guys. But I'm not too sure. Only thing that I discovered that people think that we use smoked paprika. We don't really use smoked paprika. We use like grounded paprika, but we never use smoked one.
Okay, interesting. Okay, interesting thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Greg, just quick question. The real goulash is this Szegedinski from Szeged, right? I've heard many stories about this.
That's the fish.
Let's sort it out.
That's the fish soup. But yeah, goulash is basically the guy who looks after the coast, a cowboy or a cowherd. And basically this originally is made from beef and not with smoked paprika ever. So normal paprika.
Okay.
You see.
Okay, got it. Okay. Natalie, what about you?
Yeah, the stereotype about Egyptians is that we go to work on camels and we live in tents. And
you have pharaohs still,
and
right?
we're very ancient and we're always around the pyramids.
Yeah.
But no, we're modern.
Yeah. Okay. So the next thing is like I asked everyone to like think about a funny story or a fuck up that happened to you, either about you being a like foreigner or your nationality. Natalie, do you want to start? Yeah, what we were talking about just before about the like recruitment, since you're HR recruitment lead, the difference between Egypt and France, like it was very fascinating to me. Can you tell us about it a bit?
Yeah, so I would say Egypt and Europe as well.
Yeah.
So in Egypt, it's very normal that I would put a job ad and I would write, we are looking for young women, not veiled, or white woman, or any racist sentence that you can imagine, and it's very normal. Also in recruitment process, if I find a woman that is pregnant, I can easily not hire her because she's pregnant and she'll have a baby soon. So how can she join us and then leave? But when I went to Poland first and then to France, I was fascinated by how this is discrimination, and I understood what discrimination is, and that even if a woman in her 9th month, she would do interviews because she will work after her maternity leave, and that is totally okay. This is a big difference. We cannot specify if I need a woman, a man, young, old. So all of this is very, very different. And now when I just think or hear about things that we write in Egypt, I get offended as well.
Okay. Okay. Rodrigo, you were telling me about the funny stories. Have you chosen one?
Yeah, I did choose one. And I think that's a quite interesting one because we can learn a lot from it. But I think the very interesting thing about business culture when it comes to business is if you don't understand it, there might be a lot of times that you're going to miss a deal and you don't know why. And this story, luckily I didn't lose a deal, but you see how we can both perceive the same situation very differently. So before I moved here, I went to Hong Kong and China, and I was kind of trying to figure out where we would locate the company. And the first thing that I did when coming to Europe is I left Hong Kong. I took a 16 hours flight to go to Germany, and I stopped in Frankfurt. And then from Frankfurt, I took a bus that took me a lot of hours to go to Berlin, and then to a close-by city to talk to this guy from Germany that could be a potential partner. So for me, that was a very important meeting, right? I mean, just think about it. I probably stay in the road for about 30 hours to talk to this guy. When I got there, and he already knew the company, so he kind of had an idea of what we did, but obviously we wanted to go a bit deeper in the discussion. So I got there, and I swear to God, 5 minutes down the conversation, I was telling them what our plans are and what we're going to do, and then he stopped me. He said, "Hey, Rodrigo, very nice what you're doing, but I think it's better that you leave because we're not interested." And then me, as a Brazilian, very relationship-oriented culture, and we don't say no, as I just mentioned before, I wanted to kill the guy. I was like, what? It took me 30 hours to come here to talk to you specifically. We're here for 5 minutes and you don't want to even listen to my story? So I left the room completely pissed. Like, you can imagine I was insulting even his grandma, you know, poor woman. But I was extremely pissed off. And in my mind, I was thinking, this guy is extremely disrespectful with my time because it took me so long to come here and, you know, he doesn't even listen to me. And then I came back my way, you know, I was in the tram going back to my hotel and I got an email. And in this email, this guy messaged me, hey, Rodrigo, it's a pity that things didn't work between us, but here's a list of companies that I think can be interesting for you. And then it hit me because the Germans are very direct. Basically, from his perspective, he was thinking, well, poor guy, you know, he came all the way from Hong Kong just to talk to me. We have an hour booked to talk, and I already know we're not going to do anything together. So why should I waste more of his time when I can actually use this time to add value to him?
Oh.
And what I realized, and obviously we kind of have that idea, especially if you work with international business, you kind of know, but when it happens in practice, it's really hard to differentiate things. And that for me was a really eye-opener, because then I understand, okay, this is how it really happens in practice. This guy just wanted to help me, but we were having completely different versions of the same story happening at that time. Luckily, I didn't say anything. I was very calm. My breath, I was like, don't kill this guy. Don't kill this guy. And then I left, and he still helped me. And funny enough, we still have a good relationship. And I actually understood, okay, you know what? That's actually good. He was very respectful with me. So
that's a cool story. I mean, 2 points of view. Like basically, I was talking to Angelo about like the work across cultures, and we don't usually have the same point of view on one thing. Like you as a person, I as a person, we have different point of view on different situations, and like you see the other person, and then you're like, oh, yes, this is what it's about.
Yeah, and I think the funny thing is business culture influences everything. I mean, just for the things that we talked here, it influences the way you eat, the way you see things, the way you persuade people, the way you create relationships, the way you convince people that you can actually handle what you need to handle. It changes everything. And if you want to work in an international environment, you need to understand how things behave different, or how different we behave, to make sure that that doesn't happen. Because if you don't know, if I didn't know that would happen, if this guy didn't send me the email, I'll forever, you know, just have him as a terrible person in my mind. But that was really not the case. And I can guarantee you, a lot of people go through these things. They lose deals. They do very, I don't want to say stupid, but I'll say it anyway. But they take stupid decisions because they simply don't know what's really going on because of those culture differences.
Yeah. Angelo, what's your story?
No, I really sympathize with what my colleague is saying, because I think this is a very important skill that everybody must have in business, because everything comes with active listening at the end of the day. Yeah, you don't have to listen and understand what you think, because you are biased by what you have experienced in the past and what is your background. You should be open to understand different point of views that otherwise can lead you to bad ways also. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a great point. I had something similar actually that I wanted to talk about. Yeah, because I love this topic, because I think that you can exert a certain effort to also reshape the relation or the view, the perception that the person has of what you do or who you are. Yeah, no matter all the stereotypes. Yeah, and I found very important to be able to grasp the combination of state of mind that the person is at the moment they are talking to you, and what you are actually letting them perceive about you. So there are those two things, because we have a mix of emotion and rationality, right? So those things are always the first two things that arise when you talk with someone. You need to be able to grasp the emotion and the rationality that is based on what you are telling the people you're talking to, how you're behaving when you talk to them. And I had this story with a client of my previous business. So we were actually going to a meeting with a partner. We jumped on a taxi, and the taxi driver was not really, was not really kind. Yeah, probably because of the weather, because the weather influenced people a lot. I think in our region, like Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland and Hungary, I think that the absence of sun sometimes is killing us.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, the point of the story is that the guy was super rude. And my client was rude back at him. I say, wow, this is going to be a really uncomfortable drive. I don't want to be in this car, like those two guys talking like this. So I put myself like this, and I start talking to the taxi driver. And I said, oh man, but actually I understand you, that you are don't want to get the card because probably the payment system is going to give you the money later in the month. And I don't know if something bad is going on with some expenses. Are you reconstructing your apartment? What's going on in your life? So this guy will start talking about me, with me, that he had a problem with the ex-wife. He was on a bad financial situation. And of course, I actually spot the point. The fact that they didn't want us to pay with the card, but just cash, was because the money would have flowed into his bank account later on in the month.
Okay.
But the red end up that he was telling me that he had like 3 wives. That he had this new relationship that now was finally working, but he actually was in love with the previous one still. Crazy thing about him personally. But the nice thing was that at the end of the drive, he say, hey man, actually, well, you know what, I think you are a great guy, and I'm going to give you the drive for free.
Oh.
And the client say, what?
Was it in Italy?
No, it was in Czech Republic, it was in Prague.
Oh, and what is your client Czech? Was your client Czech, or was the
the client was Czech.
Oh, and like, okay.
Yeah, and also the taxi driver was Czech.
Yeah, and the guy's like, what?
Yeah, he couldn't really say, never happened in my life. I got the drive for free.
Oh, but I mean, that's a cool story.
So you see, Rodrigo, that happens if you mention that you are from Sicily. People just start to give you free stuff, and maybe they will not cut you off after the first 5 minutes. They're going to listen and write
start using that as well, yeah.
So, talking about stereotypes.
What's your funny story, Greg?
Well, I'm just thinking, when it comes to like fuck-up stories, very similar, actually. These cultural differences, you need to appreciate them and understand how to communicate in a given country. And, you know, as a startup coach, I often bring startups to the UK, say, for instance. And the UK people are actually, you know, some of them are very polite, and they say no, because they're also very direct, but they say the word interesting. And in Eastern Europe, if something is interesting, you think that, okay, that's really cool. They are interested in my product.
Yes.
But in the UK, it means that we are not interested at all, never come back. And
yeah.
And you know, that happened a few times, and then I had to explain to my client, like, well, he said interested, it means, you know, not really interested. Mm-hmm. And if they say not too bad, or that means the opposite. It's very good. So yeah, but. Oh my God.
Okay, I think like I can relate to it, because once I was at an event, and there was a dinner, and I was saying, someone asked me, American, or I think it was he was American, how's the food? And I'm like, oh, it's good. And he said, you know that I understood that food is actually bad. I mean, like, oh no, the food is excellent. And like, oh yeah, now I understand that food is actually like good. So, I knew about it, but I completely forgot, because when you Eastern European, you just say, if the food is good, the food is good. It means the food is good. And you say, if the food is bad, you said food is bad. That's how it works. So yeah, thanks for the stories. Another point I wanted to talk to you about is, what are the challenges in working with multicultural environment? Greg, you were telling me about the story yesterday.
Yeah, it's sometimes difficult to integrate, because, say, for instance, yesterday we had a networking event, and my colleagues were drinking together, and of course I wanted to drink with my colleagues, but I just realized that I am the only Hungarian, and I know how difficult it is to switch to English. And I would just break the whole flow, so I just decided, okay, I just sit with the other colleagues who can actually, speak English because that's their first language. And it was very difficult to, sometimes it's difficult to integrate because I don't understand what they say, I don't understand what they're talking about, what kind of music they like and stuff like that.
Yeah, sorry. Did you have a good time though?
Yeah, still, I was very lonely yesterday.
Okay,
actually.
next time we'll include you. Sorry. What's your take on this, Rodrigo?
Well, I think we mentioned a lot of different things already, so I'll focus on something that we didn't discuss as much. But one of the things, obviously, we talked about negotiating. We talked about, going to a customer, having a conversation. But one of the things we didn't talk as much is about management, and how, if you manage a multicultural team, how that can also be different, and that is very different between cultures.
Yeah.
So to see, for example, in the Netherlands, companies, they tend to be very egalitarian, and the decision-making process tends to involve a lot of different people along the way. Which means that usually, if the king, for example, sometimes go biking, to work. And if you go to China, for example, if you are the boss, you need to have a good car and you need to be well-dressed because otherwise people just simply not respect you.
Oh. Yeah.
And the same thing happens in different cultures. So it's really, the challenges are everywhere. Mm-hmm. If you don't understand, you're simply going to make mistakes. You're going to make mistakes managing people. You're going to make mistakes creating connection, persuading people, everything. And maybe just a good tip, there are a bunch of different studies about that, but there's one that I really like to base my workshops on, which is called the Culture Map by Erie Meyer. So I'm not sure if you guys ever heard of it, but it's a very nice study that this woman basically mapped 8 topics in which cultures are different when it comes to doing business. And you can actually see your culture on a map and understand how different you are for a certain culture that you are managing or negotiating with. And that gives you a very good understanding on how should you behave when you put yourself on those positions. Mm-hmm. So just a good tip for everyone there. If you're interested, very good book. And that's a tool that you can also pay online. You pay $3 and you can compare, Poland with Brazil. And you see how different we are in very, basically on a lot of the subjects that we're discussing here today.
Oh, that's so cool. Angelo, what's your take on this?
I think that management is a very important point that when it comes to diversity in a team. And I was thinking about what is that? What are the two, let's say, categories that? Not categories because of course it's bad to put people into boxes, but I think that we can try to analyze 2 types of people and getting back to the stereotypes of people that are late. Usually are also bad at deadlines, meeting deadlines, yeah. Mm-hmm. Which, personally, I always fight against. For example, it's something that I need to fight against because I tend to be overthinking somehow about the things that I'm doing, yeah. So I need to stop myself and try to be more effective because sometimes thinking twice about something is good, but thinking too long about something is bad. And I discovered in my career that is because there are 2 main type of personalities, let's say. One is the more inclined to creativity, that want to taste the task a little bit more, yeah. Have the time to think about it twice, study a little bit more because the thing could be done better, yeah. And you realize that you don't know everything, so you want to see what are the ways you can explore. And then there is the more German style, yeah, more oriented to completing the task immediately, no matter what, because the deadline is this, it doesn't matter, the results must be delivered, yeah. Okay. And I think you should be able to kind of move across those 2 things because the sweet spot is always in the middle, right? And when it comes to managing a diverse team, it's really important that you understand which person are you talking to. Because the 2 different type of people, and now I'm simplifying this a lot, but I wanted to make an example to make the point clear on those 2, let's say, categories of people. Because I found myself in the position that in managing a person that is more inclined to taste the task he or she is doing longer, what helps a lot to make feel her or he comfortable is to allow him or her to break the rules. Mm-hmm. So if there is a deadline, yeah, sometimes you can miss the deadline, doesn't matter. The 80% of the time, you will have to meet the deadline, but the 20% of the time, it doesn't matter if you miss it. It's like a sort of cheat day, like when you are on diet. Yeah?
Okay.
So, and it works. Yeah?
Yeah, it does?
It works. So I strongly suggest to try this technique in your team.
Okay. Natalie.
Of course, not for everybody, but...
Natalie, what's your take? Because you're the your recruitment lead. What's your thought about this? And I think this is the last question we'll answer it for this panel.
I would go back to the integration point that you were mentioning. In Poland, since I spent a year, it was very difficult because of the language. So I couldn't integrate, even though it was a English-speaking company. And I was not speaking Polish, so if it was not business-oriented, then I'm not excluded from conversation, from lunch, from anything else. So that's why I moved to Paris, and it was a decision that I need to be speaking the language of the country because I want to integrate, because I understand that it can be difficult not to speak English all the time. But from the other side, in Paris or in France, the challenge is to integrate in the country itself. Finding an apartment, opening a bank account, having a phone line is super, super hard.
Oh,
and it's a vicious circle. You can't have an apartment without a bank account, but you can't have a bank account without having an apartment. And you go in circles the first 6 months, and then it's good because you enter in the system.
Okay.
So this is a challenge for international people, especially.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there was last question. I just want to finish the discussion with probably the conclusion that draws from all of our talks that we also mentioned yesterday or the day before. At the panel discussion that was about that CEOs cannot hire the people the same that the CEOs are. Because we need to expand the diversity in the teams, and people HR managers need to hire as many diverse and population different cultures as possible, because each one of us have different take on something on different things, and on each question we have different views, and yeah. So basically, if anyone wants to have one more quick remark, we can do this, but we need to finish now. Does anyone want to say anything more? So everyone agrees with me, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Of course.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, let's wrap up then. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Angelo. Thank you, Gergo, and Natalie. And yeah, now we'll have I think 3 minutes to rearrange the stage, and we're off to finals of the Great Beach Contest.
Thank you. Thank you.
Everyone, it's time for the Great Pitch Contest finals. I'm extremely excited to let you know that there will be 13 startups pitching today in the finals. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our jury, who are right here in front of me. First up, we've got Luisa Nowacka, associate at Alior Bank. Yes, and we've got also Piotr Filipek, consulting director at Greenhouse by Comarch. And Angelo Burgarello, business development director at AI Startup Incubator. All right, so now I believe that we are ready for our first startup to dial in online. So let's see if we can make that happen. Sometimes it is tricky, but this time I hope there won't be any issues. Oh, you're here already, perfect. All right, so in this case...
Hi, everyone.
Hi. In this case, I'm starting the clock. You've got 3 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Thanks. It's funny to make a pitch from airport, basically. Okay, so my name is Alex. It's nice to meet you. We made an online platform which connects suppliers and farmers. So, the agricultural sector has two sides. It has farmer side and it has supplier side. For the farmer, it takes a long time to find necessary product on analog of it, to find an availability and, of course, analytics about the product. While for the supplier, there are lack of channels to promote and sell products online, lack of staff to work with it, and of course, lack of analytics about each category of their product. This is why we united them on the one platform, which led farmer to find necessary products in short time and to buy it online. And for the suppliers, it's a new opportunity to make online marketing and sales through the agricultural platform. Basically, we've started to do this product in Ukraine because Ukraine is a breadbasket of Europe. In Ukraine, we have 41 million hectares of the land fund, and our target audience is 53% of this target land because farmers, small and medium-sized farmers, are working on this land. The product is already made. We created an MVP. It works on the one side. It works pretty easily, like any kind of online platform. But everything is hidden in our functionality. We've made a detailed digitalization of each category of each supplier. We've made a smartest search for goods and products by different parameters necessary for agricultural market. We've made the smartest calculator of the budget and an opportunity to buy from different manufacturers online with the opportunity to receive the logistic. The business model is simple. There are three types of subscription: early birds, basic, and premium. Mostly we work with suppliers because for them it's an online marketing platform, and the price right now is selecting from $2,500 up to $5,000 per year. But for Ukrainian market, for now, it's absolutely free for everyone. During 1 year, we've received and started working with more than 30 manufacturers and suppliers, and made a turnover about 8.5 million hryvnias, or 260,000 euros. The traction is a little bit changed for now. Of course, we have to move on to European market, but still we intend to be in top 5 of Google search to December 2023, and in July 2024 become the leaders online platform for agriculture. Competitors are simple. We have online shops and classic distributors who don't have such unique functions as we have, but retails in Ukraine don't have such a deep digitalization of the categories. The opportunities are wide awake. We can work as a marketing platform, as an analytical platform, as an e-commerce platform, but still there's a lack of knowledge. The team is combined from agricultural side, supply chain, IT, and marketing, and each of the team members have from 5 to 20 years of experience. Why we're participating? We would like to become a part of a European accelerator who has an in-depth knowledge of agriculture, to learn how to implement this product to European and Latin American market, and of course, to implement this new experience and knowledge in Ukrainian market. Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Round of applause for you from Wrocław, and let's go straight to the questions. You've got your microphones here. Make sure that they are unmuted, and you can feel free to ask the questions.
Okay, thank you for your pitch. I have actually two questions. Do you know if there is any competition outside of the Ukraine, and do you have plans to expand outside of the Ukraine?
I would like to answer the first question. Yes, of course, we know that there are competitors outside of the Ukraine. We know some kind of platforms which are made in Germany. We know the platform which is made by Syngenta in Poland. We know information about online shops in Poland. But as I've described, the difference is in digitalization of all the categories and the unique functionality which we made. About the second question of expanding, we've started already doing it by meeting different manufacturers in Poland. And right now we're starting research and development work with Adama Poland. It's one of the biggest manufacturers of crop protection sector, to understand how to implement the project into the into the Poland market.
All right, we still have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Hi, Alexander. It's Angelo here. Thank you for the pitch. I wanted to ask you, are you serving currently more suppliers or more farmers? What is the ratio of suppliers and farmers?
Well, we have, of course, more farmers than suppliers, because the amount of farmers in Ukraine, we have more than 30,000 visitors per year, and more than 2,000 clients in average per year right now, which is why, of course, the amount of clients is more than suppliers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So the 2,000 clients are accounting for the 260,000 turnover that you had in 2021?
Yes.
Am I correct to say that? Okay.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
Thanks, Alexander.
Any last questions? Go ahead.
Thank you for your pitch. I would like to ask you, could you tell us a little bit more about the sales channels of your company?
Well, sales channels are pretty simple. We use all possible ways to promote the product. First of all, it's Google, because of the architecture of the website. It's built as a single page application, and whenever you write a name of the product, it will be on the first pages of Google. Of course, we work together with manufacturers, and we make a presentation of the product with them together. And of course, we use online channels like Facebook, Google, YouTube to gather more and more farmers on our platform and to keep them there. And later, when they use our service, they just come back because they know us.
Thank you so much. We ran out of time, so big round of applause for Alexander, and let's see if we can dial in our next startup, Piotr Pajda and Simple Rent. So let's see if we can see him on the screen shortly. All right, we can see your presentation. Can we just check if we can hear you?
Can you hear me?
Perfect. All right, so we've got 3 minutes. Good luck.
Cool. Thank you so much for the recognition and for the finals. I'm Piotr Pajda, one of the co-founders of Simple Rent, a platform that helps landlords minimize their tenant risks, financial risk, and also smoothly onboard their tenants. So usually, if I'm in person, I ask if there are any landlords or tenants in the room. Since there are plenty, because we solve the problems for both sides of the rental market. And there are many of them. One of the ones that gets repeated a lot from the landlord's perspective is that the tenants are late or they never pay for the rentals. Actually, when we look into the data, around 25% of landlords experience a delay in payments from the tenants, and 10% experience a complete lack of payment. There is also an issue with damaged property. Around 25% of landlords experienced a tenant that significantly damaged their property and also the stuff inside the property. There's many more like high deposits, and we are slowly trying to tackle all of them in the rental market. And we are doing it through an end-to-end digital rental platform. And we started from tenant screening. But over time, we are planning to really cover safe rentals from beginning to an end. So both parties of the process feel safe at every stage. Why did we start with tenant screening? Because it was an easy way to acquire first customers, especially in the markets like Poland. Tenant screening is not a market standard. It's something that we know from Germany and UK. In Poland, we usually just sign the agreements without any financial verification. So what we did, we created a three-stage process. When landlord generates an invite link to the tenant, tenant goes through a three-stage process, and then a certificate gets generated at the very end. What is the tenant certificate? Well, tenant certificate confirms financial credibility in three ways. First of all, we confirm the identity of the tenant. We also confirm the affordability, and we also do a credit check. What's very interesting is we always get feedback like my tenant would never go through a check like this, especially in countries like Poland, when it's not the standard. But actually, 95% of the tenants report that our verification procedure was very easy to follow. And we experienced very little of them, very few of them actually rejecting the process. So that was the first step. But yeah, it's just a tenant screening. It's a very big, long process. So we thought it would be interesting and to actually bring a lot of value to tenants and landlords to create insurance products that, for example, would help if their property is damaged or if there are issues with the payments. So together with PZU, we partnered to create two bundles of products. The first one is for tenants, where this bundle basically helps accidental damages if they ever happen. The second one is the landlord insurance product, which is the only product of this kind in Poland. It's directly linked with the scoring from our tenant certificate. So basically, if our tenant certificate is positive, which means the tenant is credible, then landlord doesn't have to pay a lot. It's only 29 zlotys per month. If the tenant doesn't have a certificate, then it's 50 zlotys per month. It's the only product like this in Poland, and very popular across various clients, because we have a lot of them from different groups. We started with big B2B clients, the sort of PRS segment, but we also have the biggest agencies in Poland. We sell to individual landlords. We partner with the biggest players in the sector, for example, Autodom, OLX, you know them for sure. And from the insurance side, we work with PZU, one of the biggest insurance groups in Eastern Europe. We are an award-winning startup, and we hope to continue this way. The startup is created by a set of individuals from various backgrounds, with international experience, with business and tech experience. And also we've been supported by some angel investors that had a lot of experience in the insurance fintech sector over the last years. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And here are my contact details. If you guys are tenants or landlords, you know who to contact.
All right. Thanks so much for your pitch. And now let's jump straight to the questions because we have only 2 minutes left. Are there any questions from our judges?
Hey, Piotr. I have one question. I suppose you are just in Poland at the moment in terms of market, or also in other ones?
We are just in Poland right now. We are exploring opportunities to expand, and we will have first pilots in the European countries this year.
What's the strategy behind that expansion? If you can tell me, what are the first 3 steps that you need to go through in order to move to another country?
Well, it might be not a very startup-y way, but first find a client. So we are planning to actually start not with a country manager, but with a client, and then serve the country partially also from Poland. We are lucky that a lot of our international clients that operate in Poland, they have their entities also abroad. So it would be also sort of creating a network effect within their own organizations. So it will be going to another country together with a client that we already work with in the Polish market.
And the insurance product that you provide is actually a package that you do with the insurance company you partner, correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that's
going to provide
very
that in other countries?
No, it wouldn't be provided by the same insurance group. Unfortunately, I would love that. But given the fact that there are more and more companies that provide sort of like an embedded insurance products and sort of provide the underwriting capability, and we are, of course, after our first conversations with them, I don't think it would be a big issue.
All right, we don't have time for any additional questions, so thanks so much. Once again, big round of applause. And I'd like to welcome on stage in person Julia Bialecka and SLab.
Hi everyone, I'm Julia and I'm CEO and co-founder of SLab. Have you ever thought that durability of packaging is hundreds of years when the products in it can be in use just for a few minutes? For example, styrofoam. Every single unit that was ever produced out of styrofoam still remains somewhere on the landfills, and even worse, it pollutes air, soil, and oceans. Our solution is a truly green packaging that consists of only two plant-based components, which are hemp and mycelium. Mycelium is a mushroom root, and once it is mixed with hemp, it starts to bind or to glue everything together, and we get a very strong material that can replace styrofoam. This packaging is 100% biodegradable. After the usage, it can be thrown with the rest of the garbage, and it will fully disappear in just 30 days. Just imagine packaging that will never end up on the landfills. On top of that, our packaging repels water, and it is thermally insulating. There are other packaging alternatives, but first, they are not as biodegradable as we would like to. And second, they still cannot be produced and distributed in the industrial scale. But guess what? We have unlocked scalability with a simple solution where we have 40-foot containers and we place the mini factories in them. Those containers are set up at the customer's premises, and that's where packaging is produced. And this way, we make sure that sustainable packaging is available everywhere. Just the styrofoam packaging market is $13 billion, but our technology allows us to replace other packaging materials. So our potential market could actually be $1 trillion per year. We already have 10 recurring clients that bring us up to $3,000 of MRR, and we started to work on the pilot projects with big companies such as Newpost, the biggest Ukrainian delivery service, and the cosmetics brand L'Oreal and Medic Aid. And we have some investors on board, like startup Wise Guys. Currently, we are building a pilot production line that will serve two purposes. One, to produce packaging, and second, to further scale to the mini factories in the 40-foot containers. And we are starting a pre-seed round for that, and you still can join it. Our core team consists of 4 people. Eugene and me are 2 co-founders, and we are happily married for 10 years. And then we hired Vasil, who has already done industrialization of the manufacturing processes, and Dasha, who has converted a famous fashion brand to the sustainable packaging in just 6 months. But the main thing that we are on a mission here to make sure that good packaging is distributed and produced at any location of the world. Thank you very much. I'm Julia from SLab.
Bravo. And now let's move on to the questions. We've got 4 minutes. Are there any questions from our judges?
Julia, thanks for your pitch. I would like to ask about the competition, because I haven't seen it in the presentation.
Yeah, there are other packaging, of course, alternatives, but first, they are not biodegradable as ours, not 100%. And there is no replacement currently of the styrofoam. So, of course, the market of the sustainable packaging is expanding, and one of the most rapidly expanding markets in terms of packaging. It's like 9% per year, growth per year. But again, and I know that's not a good thing to say for a startup, that we don't have competition, but in terms of the styrofoam, no one is doing something like that. And the main thing is that no one is doing something biodegradable at 100%.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you for your pitch. And I would like to ask, do you have any constraints in terms of like getting these mushroom roots and so on? I mean, the real purpose of my question is how scalable is your business?
Yep, I see. So we need two types of raw material. One is hemp, and we use hemp's stem. That basically is a waste, agricultural waste that remains on the fields after the harvest. So we do not compete with anyone really for that. And we also, if for some reason there is no hemp stem in the market, we could use corn stem or wheat stem, so basically any other agricultural waste. In terms of mycelium or mushroom roots, that's interesting that we need so tiny amounts of them that we don't really care, or we just cultivate them in our own laboratory, and it will be enough for time being.
2 minutes left.
Julia, thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
I love numbers, so it's going to be a number-related question. Have you done a comparison between the current state of art in terms of packaging for a company like L'Oreal, and what is the difference in cost for them using your solution? I would like to know.
In terms of the cost, we are on the same price because in the styrofoam there are additional costs, not only the material itself, but you need the molding tools, the cutting tools, and so on, it's a very expensive entry. But in our case, we don't need any of those tools. So comparing those two, we are on the same price.
Mm-hmm. And in terms of life cycle analysis, the emission, you have calculated that the emission in terms of CO2 is way lower. Do you know the percentage?
I mean, the styrofoam is so bad. The 2.3 million tons of styrofoam are produced every year just for the packaging. And this means that it is like 12 million kilotons every year of CO2. When our packaging really doesn't give any emissions. Of course, production might, we might have some emissions during the production, but we are using the green source of power, and we are making our production more efficient in terms of water and electricity. So we use 5 times less electricity, and we reuse water all the time. So like 95% of water are reused all the time in our production. So we want to produce sustainable product and produce it sustainably. So it's also important for us.
Great answer. Thank you.
Any last questions? Because we have 40 seconds. No? All right, would you like to add something to our audience?
No, thank you very much. I'm really grateful to be here and to reproduce Ukrainian ecosystem as well of the startups. And thank you for all the support that Poland's been giving so far. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Okay, and now let's see if we can dial in our next startup. And it's Darvis and Niklas Schwarz. All right, we can see you. Yeah, we can hear you as well. Perfect. So I'm starting the clock to 3 minutes. Go ahead. Good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Niklas, project manager at Darvis. Glad to be here with you all. Who is Darvis? Darvis was founded in 2015 and offers a productivity as a service platform that delivers visibility into almost any supply chain. With more than 100 employees on 3 continents, we develop cutting-edge computer vision to reveal striking inefficiencies in supply chains and also relieve personnel from unwanted and unrelated tasks. Why computer vision? So computer vision makes it possible to localize objects with an accuracy to 1 centimeter, which is far more exact than any other technology. Furthermore, we can train any object in any process, which gives us a huge deal of flexibility and lets us deliver exactly the kind of visibility that our client wants. Last but not least, we can integrate and deploy our solution into an existing infrastructure. So even when we develop future use cases, we can rely on the same infrastructure, which makes us extremely scalable. Why logistics? So inefficiencies in logistics is not a new topic, even though the pandemic might have made it very obvious to some companies. Large companies lose up to $5 billion a year because of unnecessary dwell times. Guess what? These inefficiencies are still going to stay because many companies lack this extra layer of visibility. And this is exactly where Darvis comes in. Let me show you with 2 examples how we work with our clients. So in healthcare, we can localize hospital beds as they move around the hospital. But on top of that, we can share the real-time status. Is the bed clean? Is it unclean? Is it occupied or free? And because we are an AI company, we can extract even more information out of the visual data. We can find movement patterns which are likely to result in a fall of the patient, which would cost hospitals up to $40,000 per fall, and obviously a lot of pain and trouble for the patient. Second example, yes, we can detect boxes. We can also detect barcodes and QR codes, so we can design a whole process for our clients, including multiple stakeholders. So when a carrier delivers a package in a mail room, we can push a notification to the end user. They can show up at the mail room, authenticate themselves with a QR code, and later we make sure that only the parcel is being taken that they have come to pick up. This includes everyone with our technology, and it's a big benefit to the client. Finally, privacy is our priority. There's no live stream or no camera to monitor principle, because even the computing happens in real time. Please come closer and see what wasn't visible before. Let's talk.
Okay, I believe that the pitch is done. So thanks a lot, and let's move to the questions. We've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. Who'd like to start from our judges?
Hi, Niklas. Angelo here. Thank you.
Hi.
Could you please tell us who are your biggest clients at the moment in terms of volume of sales?
Yes. So as I said, we're in 3 continents. In Northern America, the United Postal Service is our largest client. And the latest use case that I presented was one that we developed with them. We constantly develop new use cases. In Europe, we are stronger in healthcare at the moment. We work with a large hospital here in Hamburg, where I'm calling in from right now, where we do surgical tracking and offer this exact visibility to the client, as I shared.
And is the bed use case something that you have actually deployed at a client premises?
Yes, there's a POC ongoing right now where we do this bed tracking use case. In the US is also a separate use case where we develop the fall prevention product with a client in Tennessee. So both products are being developed right now in separate POCs, but because it's a platform, we can integrate it later as well.
Okay. Thank you, Niklas.
Thank you, Niklas, for your pitch. I would like to understand your business model. Could you tell me something about this?
Yes. So we have a B2B and B2G business model. We develop our solution for organizations, large companies, and it's a subscription-based model. So depending on the complexity, the amount of optical sensors that we have in place, it's an annual subscription that we charge our clients with. And obviously, depending on their, let's say, maturity as a digital company, it's possible that also one-off setup costs will be necessary for the client to develop the hardware and infrastructure. And we also charge a one-off installation fee so that we can run our models.
And currently, how many clients have you got?
So we've got 6 large paying clients, which you can also see on this slide if it's still visible for you. And we are actively working with partners such as T-Systems and Bosch in Germany, or Olive Healthcare, Olive AI, which is a healthcare platform in the US, to constantly develop our client relationship. Because we're a product company, we want to develop the product as well as possible. Happy to find distribution partners who bring in new clients.
And last question from me. How much time takes to onboard the client, as big client as you said you have in your portfolio?
Yes. So when you talk about large clients, it still depends on the use case. So when we talk about fall prevention, we're assuming that the installation fee at the client, or the installation time at the client, will only be a couple of weeks, because we can focus on certain areas, and less stakeholders inside the organization are involved. When we talk about bed tracking, where we really want to cover corridors throughout the whole hospital, or or surgical tray tracking, where also additional training efforts will be necessary. This can take up to 6 months or more. Usually the roadblocker is not Darvis. Usually there are a lot of discussions internally, formalities that have to be solved. So I would say between a few weeks and half a year.
Thank you, Niklas. We ran out of time, but big round of applause for you from Wrocław. And let's move on to our next startup, Kibus Petker and Albert Eichhardt. Let's see if we can dial you in to join us here in Wrocław. All right, we can see your slides and we can hear you. I'm starting the clock. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. This is Kibus, the first device that cooks healthy dog food automatically. It is the Nespresso for pet food. I'm Albert Eichhardt, the CEO, and I've been involved in the industry for all my life. My grandfather founded a company that has been feeding animals for almost 70 years, and I used to be the sales and marketing director. After years of experience, I realized that the number of pet owners considering their pets as part of the family is constantly increasing, and they want to give them the best nutrition. They are no longer satisfied with the heavily processed traditional foods, and they are moving to healthier alternatives like cooking at home. However, these are very inconvenient and require a preparation process before every meal. Kibus solves this problem by allowing pet parents to feed their pets on a healthy and natural diet in the most convenient way. They only need to fill the water tank and fill the food tank with our recipes once a week, and that's it. Kibus makes the rest. It makes the whole cooking process automatically. And when the food is ready, the orange ball goes out and there is a sound to warn the pet. It has also water always available for drinking. And it is an IoT device, so you can schedule all meals and control everything from your smartphone. It works with our own recipes of human-grade meats, fruits, and vegetables, where only the water is removed for a longer shelf life, but keeping all the nutrients and the flavors from the fresh ingredients. Therefore, it has many advantages in terms of taste and health, giving dogs a longer and happier life. We are selling with a subscription model B2C online, where you get a personalized plan and can subscribe to the full system for only a monthly fee, starting at €39 a month. Pet food is a large market, with more than 500 million dogs and cats in the world, eating every year over €100 billion only in pet food. And the alternative foods are already the category with the highest growth in the industry. We are competing against corporates and also against emerging startups selling alternative food. And we also compete against pet feeders. However, they only dose traditional heavily processed foods, while we are cooking warm and healthy food for pets. We are four co-founders. I come from the pet food industry. Albert Toms has a financial background in companies like Coca-Cola and Nespresso. Marta Risa has experience in creating and scaling startups in the UPC University. And Paul Disray has experience in the mass production of consumer electronics in China and in the UK. So far, we have been developing our solution for over 3 years, and we have protected and certified everything and are ready for mass production. We have also validated the full system with over 200 beta testers and raised over €1 million so far. We are partnering with Nestlé Purina, the largest pet food company in the world, and we hope to partner with LG as well. We are now fundraising to invest in increasing our team and marketing activities to reach 2,000 subscribers within the next month. Our technology has already been awarded by renowned entities all over the world, and we hope to have you on board to change the pet food industry worldwide together. Thank you.
Perfect, thanks a lot. And now let's move on to the questions. Who'd like to start?
Thank you for your pitch. And one question from me. Where do you operate right now, and what are your plans to expand?
So now we have been developing for 3 years now, and we have just certified the product with the CE mark, and we are preparing for the launch in Spain first, and our plan is to go to the largest European markets next.
And do you want to produce the food like locally in the markets, or would you like to produce it in Spain and send it to the clients?
We produce in Spain now. We take the ingredients from the human-grade supply chain, not from the pet food ingredients. So it's whole ingredients, no byproducts. And we are doing it in Spain at the moment, but we will start in the future when we expand to have it produced locally as well, because it's not an industrial process like the extruded pet food. So it's something easier to deploy in other countries. So we can offer a local experience to our consumers in the future.
Sorry, one more question. What is the cost of the hardware that you produce?
Now it's a little bit high because of the macroeconomic issues, but our target cost is 120 euro.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Hi, Albert. Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned Purina as one of your partners, but you also mentioned before that you kind of differentiate yourself from those big providers that have highly processed food. What is the partnership that you have with Purina?
So we have a co-innovation project. We have made a shared team between members of Kibus and Purina, and we are leveraging, because they have a huge knowledge of the consumer and the market as well. And we are doing activities to refine our commercial strategy. And yeah, they are mainly in the traditional solutions now, but they are also looking at the future for new solutions that can be the future of the industry.
Mm-hmm. And what is the value that they're looking for? What is the interest that they have in collaborating with you?
So they have invested now some money, some 50,000 euro, but it's equity free, but they have the right to exchange so it's a 6-month partnership now. And at the end of it, if everything goes as planned, we can extend it to 3 years more. And I think it's for both sides, long-term cooperation if things go well. They have done this with other startups and they acquired them in the end. So I think it goes in this kind of collaboration.
So you hope that you're gonna tap into their distribution capabilities?
So we are not yet there, but we are starting with this 6-month cooperation and then see, but they are already helping to get us through the relevant points of sale and also the relevant people within Nestlé to solve the challenges we have along the way.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we don't have time for more, but thanks so much for sharing your pitch with us and for answering the questions. And now let's move on to Sounddream and Ana Laguna. Also joining us online. Hello.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see your slides. So you've got 3 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Yeah. Okay, so hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations to the rest of the startups. As I already mentioned yesterday, this is a very improvised pitch because I'm spontaneously representing our CEO here, who just have a baby some hours ago. No, so let me introduce myself and the company. I'm Ana Laguna. I'm a co-founder together with Roberto, the CEO of the company. I'm also a researcher within the company. And Sounddream is a health tech startup based in Switzerland and in Spain, where we translate newborn cries. This is an adventure that started more or less 5 years ago when I had my first child. And for hobby, I started collecting and analyzing my baby cries. So it was the data scientist curiosity. But apart from that, I was also concerned about, I'm going to be able to understand my baby. And it seems that I was not the only one, as 80% of new parents feel anxious and completely unprepared for raising their coming babies, which is understandable because more than 40% of baby deaths occurs during the very first month. However, 2/3 could be prevented by early diagnosis and treatment. That's why we have Sounddream. Sounddream is a solution based on sound processing and artificial intelligence, where we analyze infant cries, not only from a communicative perspective, where we analyze needs and emotions, if the baby is hungry, sleepy, or irritated, but also from a health perspective. We use infant cries as a biomarker to support early detection of pathologies and neurological disorders. As well, it is pretty well known among neonatologists and neuropsychologists that babies at risk of neurological issues, they have an atypical cry. They already analyze it subjectively, and it is what they call neurological cry. And it is also quite evident on on children with autism, aphasia, on even eating issues. No? So, okay, how does it work? Our business model is B2B2C, so we license our software into third parties companies' hardware. So our customers could be health tech companies, consumer electronic companies, baby monitors, trolleys, baby beds, voice assistants. At the end, any device just having a microphone. So licensing our technology is our way to generate revenues and at the same time continue collecting data because it's our treasure. Data is our treasure. Which is the product traction today. So on the needs and emotions part, on the communicative perspective, we have already been testing the technology for more than 8 years with companies all around the world, and it's ready to be launched into the market in 3 different continents at the end of this year, beginning of the. On the health part, we are already running clinical studies with different hospitals, national and internationally, in order to continue increasing our pathological database and be able to have more robust machine learning algorithms that we are going to be able to build. No? All this is thanks to our not only leadership team with a lot of years of experience on business, data science, sound processing, but also our software engineers are of course clinicians, are key parts of the team. No, and well, part of this project was with help of some funding that we get more or less 1 year ago, and now we are looking forward to get some extra money in order to continue our pipeline. So thank you very much. I'm glad to reply to your questions as much as I can. Thank you.
Super. Thank you, Anna. And now let's move on straight to the questions. We've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Who'd like to start?
Yeah, Anna, I'm going to be the first from the jury.
Great.
So I'm very interested to know, and you are a data scientist, so you are the perfect person to answer the question. How did you collect the data and how the labeling works?
Okay. This is a very typical question. Yeah, so actually, we are collecting the data automatically because we already have an MVP that is very similar to a voice assistant. So all our beta testers have this I don't have it right now, but it's a little box. And actually, whenever there is a cry, it detects the cry. It's like Alexa. When you say Alexa, it activates, no? In our case, when you listen a cry, it activates and starts translating. And at the same time, the families or the clinicians can label this data. But apart from this label from the manual families, we also combine it with all the techniques that are already present in the scientific literature. You know, moms or even neonatologists, they already know which are the acoustics of those cries, depending if the baby is hungry, in pain, or whatever. So combining our knowledge, what the literature, clinical literature says, and also the feedback from the families, we label our data. And of course, we also apply unsupervised techniques to see if it fits, no, with these labels.
Supervised learning. And
moreover, what we are doing nowadays is also correlating our cries with neuroimaging to see if what we see activated on the brain, it match with the needs of the baby. So when the baby is hungry, you should see a part of the brain different to the one when the baby is in pain. So this is like our clinical empirical evidence, no, to also confirm all those labels.
Nice. And do you have any hint of what the accuracy could be at this moment?
Yeah, of course. Now the accuracies that we have on the communicative part, they are higher than 90%, much higher than 90%. So we are pretty sure about what we are doing, and all these match with the literature from the last 60 years on cry research. You know, that is not that novel. We are at the end transferring all this knowledge into a deep learning algorithm. That's the key of what we are doing.
Yeah. And last question, do you envision any other application for the same technology?
So what I mentioned is that we have the communicative part to understand what is going on regarding needs, but also the health part. This is going to be key for the next year because we are learning a lot of things. Also in the literature, there are many researchers that have already been studying data, as I said before, the neurological cry. But it's going to be the focus. So we are running multicentric longitudinal studies to collect all these pathological cries too. And in this case, the labels will be the diagnosis of the babies of neurological issues, and we will train models, robust models with this data.
Love you.
So
Thank
this is
you,
going to
Anna.
be like, is the future, no, of the technology at the end, and it's what clinicians love, because they trust 100% of that, because they already do it subjectively. No, it will be like an objective way to do the same process.
Thank you, Anna. Thanks so much.
Thank
Big
you.
round of applause for Anna from Wrocław. And now let's move on to our next startup, who will be in person. And I'd like to invite on stage Maciej Jarząb with Bright Technologies. I can see you approach us, maybe from this side.
Hello guys, I am Maciej. I am the founder and chief dreaming officer of Bright. Why dreaming? I will get back to this topic at the end, but first about the data. Probably all of us here are using most of the applications on in my presentation. Do you know that all of these applications are collecting data, are creating your social profile online and selling it? I know that it's terrifying, and it should be, but not in our case. Bright Technologies is a deep tech company developing behavioral scoring system for the young and unbanked. We are fighting for the financial inclusion. We are fighting for the young people without an access to the external capital, because they don't have credit history, they don't have financial history, so banks and financial institutions cannot assess their risks, so they don't have an access to the financial industry. So we are licensing our technology in the B2B SaaS model, subscription per inquiry, to the banks and financial institutions. We are already in the 4 countries and looking for more. But we are not the best in the collecting data. We are collecting more than 3,000 behavioral data points per one user. Anything from geolocation, shopping intents, articles read, usage of mobile applications, and so many more. But we are the best in the world in the prediction. So in the analysis of data, we achieve 95% of the prediction. So it means that we can predict our clients' behavior with 95%, which is a top-notch result, not only in Europe, not only in Poland, but also globally. So going back to my dreaming thing, I've not been dreaming about becoming a local superpower, not the Polish one, not the European one. I've been always dreaming about being the global one. That's why it's not only a dream for me right now, it's a plan, it's a short-term plan. We already achieved 150K euro monthly recurring revenue. We are becoming a unicorn next year, hopefully. So guys, it's a last call for you to jump in, to get on the plane with us and go together and becoming next Polish global unicorn. And one last thing, guys, don't be afraid of dreaming. It's always a beginning of something big. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. And now let's move on to the questions. Are there any from our judges?
So could you tell us about your plans, how to expand to this unicorn?
Yeah, of course. It's already planned, and now it's let's say, ongoing plan. So we are already on the Polish, Czech, and Spanish markets. Soon in US, we already have started talks for the Series B round, and Series B gonna be the unicorn for us, for sure. So it's all in place. We have clients, we have partners, we have traction. Now it's time to raise Series A round and go big together.
Could you please tell us more about your clients, especially in Poland, for example?
Yeah. It's one bank, it's one big lending company, and one e-commerce. Right now, we have 6 clients, to be honest, but 3 big and 3 small ones.
And from the legal side, is it possible to transfer this data and analyze it?
Yeah, we are, of course, we are GDPR compliant with the European and local laws. The only thing that the client has to put on their website or in the mobile application is the consent that we can firstly collect data and then analyze it and send the result to the client at the end. So it's super easy and it's super compliant with the European law.
You mentioned a 95% accuracy.
Right.
How is that calculated?
So we calculated on our own sample. So firstly, in order to become a tech company, we had to create a lending company, because there is only one way to build AI system, let's say the really efficient AI system. It's built on your own transactions data. So we executed more than 100K observations, and based on that, we achieved 95% of the prediction. So it means that we only have had 5% of defaults.
Observations, you mean clients?
Yeah, exactly, clients. So it's really a story. Yeah, it's not like theoretical bullshit. It's like real story in our lending company.
And the number of transactions per clients?
It was like 1.8 per client, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And do you think that a higher level of transaction may negatively affect that accuracy?
Could you repeat it?
If an higher volume of transaction per client may negatively affect the accuracy?
Hard question to answer right now. I can get back to you after that, so it's going to be easier with my CTO. Yeah, thanks.
Lovely. Thank you.
And when you are going to expand in other markets, it needs a lot of time to translate something or to... How are you going to do so? And how many times it can...
Yeah, so we already did it once before even Spain with Ukraine, but unfortunately due to the war, it stopped. But basically we have at least 3 ways of scaling our business. First way is through hiring our own guys, our own internal team on site. Second thing is through our let's say external partner, like consulting company or like company that's helping us to scale it up, like we do in the Spain, for example. On the third way is a mixed one, which is my favorite one, to be honest. So we hire our own, let's say, part of the team internally, and then we use our network, we use our partners' network in order to acquire new clients there.
I don't think we have time for more questions, but big round of applause.
Thank you very much.
To Maciej, and thanks a lot for joining us on stage. And now let's see if we can dial in our next startup, and it's going to be Suplifull and Martins Las Manis. All right, we can see you and your presentation. Can we check if we can hear you?
Hi, everyone.
Yes, we can. Perfect. So you've got 3 minutes. Good luck.
There are 200 million creators globally, but 60% of them struggle to make money with their content, creating a $1 trillion market opportunity. Hi, I'm Martin, founder and CEO of Suplifull, and we make it easy for creators to launch their own private label brand to earn more money. Meet Mason. He's a fitness creator, and he is struggling getting the brand promotion deals needed to support his lifestyle, so he's constantly looking for other ways to earn more. He had an idea of launching his own supplement brand, but he quickly realized that it is really hard. He needs to invest a lot of money up front, spend months to find the right production partners, set up distribution, and hire a team of people just to run the whole operation. So it was too complicated and too risky for him, so he ditched the idea. One day, scrolling through his social feed, he noticed a Suplifull ad. Launch your own supplement brand for free. It sounded too good to be true, but he decided to give it a try. With just a couple of clicks, Mason registered on Suplifull, chose his products, branded the labels, and launched his online store. And that's when things really took off. 5 months into partnership with Suplifull, Mason has made more than $100,000 in revenue, all while enjoying his life in Miami and creating awesome content for his followers. And it's possible because Suplifull acts as a silent partner on behalf of all of our creators. We are unifying the entire business cycle from product selection all the way through online store setup and order deliveries into a single digital platform with no upfront cost. And creators absolutely love our solution. We have been live in beta for 8 months and has established a robust infrastructure in the US market and have helped creators make almost $500,000 in revenue while maintaining a solid 20% month-over-month growth. And we have been the creators ourselves. We bootstrapped our first e-commerce brand in the US market and successfully sold it in 2020. Our team knows exactly what type of tools we need to build to make sure that our creators succeed. We're backed by the top investors in Baltics, including operators at Bolt, Startup Wise Guys, and Diaspora Ventures from San Francisco. Now we are raising our $2 million seed round to onboard hundreds of creators and help them earn more money. We already have half of that in bank, but there's still room to join. So if you're interested, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm Martin, founder and CEO of Subtle. We make it easy for creators to launch their own private label brand to earn more money.
Perfect. Thanks a lot. Big
Thank
round
you.
of applause for Martins. And let's move on straight to the questions. Who'd like to start?
Thank you very much. So could you please clarify to me, because I don't know if I fully understand the concept, but you have the like central warehouse from which you can send the products and like market as influencers want to be marked these products, yeah?
Yes, exactly. So if you are, for example, a finance influencer, you have your own brand, you have tons of followers, you go to our website, you choose a product, link to your online store, and publish it. And as you start selling those products, actually in the backend, they come to our warehouse in Denver, where we package them, label them according to your branding guidelines, and ship them to your end customer.
Okay, thank you. And you operate in USA, yeah? Or other markets?
Yes, so we are currently only operating in the US. We have Europe in stealth mode, but due to our stretch team, we have a limited capacity to cater the European market. And plus, it's much more fragmented than US. So hence, we focused only on the US market.
Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions?
Hey, Martin. Angelo here.
Hi.
Tell us a little about the biggest challenges that you have experienced so far in terms of the supply chain.
So currently we are sourcing all the products from 7 different suppliers in the US. So we vet them, understand what type of items they have. And of course, we're seeing that, for example, there are delays in deliveries. There are some ingredients missing, so those products basically cannot be delivered. So on our part, it's like communicating that as thoroughly and as fast as possible to all of our creators to make sure that they can then further communicate that to their customers. And everyone is, understandable. The key part is to be fully transparent on what is the status of things.
But isn't one of the key factors also the quality of those products, and actually what is the selection of those products in order to be like fitting the audience of the content creator? How do you deal with that?
Yeah. So first of all, what we're doing, we have a specific criteria on how we select which type of suppliers we partner with. So we check that they have all the necessary certificates, that they comply with the FDA guidelines in terms of productions. And we have in the plans to introduce our own third-party lab tests. So basically, any product that comes to our facility, we actually test them in-house and we provide those results to our creators to make sure that they feel safe that actually what's in the product is actually there.
Mm-hmm. And how do you pick which type of products you will put in your portfolio?
Yeah, that's another good question.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so currently what we are targeting is a fitness creator vertical. So it's a $1.2 billion market, just that one vertical. So we are focused more on supplement products. Hence, we are checking. There's first of all, it's 2 parts. One part is that you just add macro elements that any type of fitness creator would want to add in their store. And then we are looking for products that have a different type of unique selling points, which could allow those fitness creators to tell a story around them. So it's basically sourcing procedures that we are employ and fulfilling our product catalog.
Thank you, Martins. We ran out of time, but thanks so much for your pitch and for answering the questions. Now, let's move on to our next startup, also dialing in online, and it's Bizonte and Łukasz Satkowski. Hello.
Good afternoon. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and we can see your slides as well, so I'm starting the clock. You've got
All
3
right.
minutes. Good.
Great. Okay, good afternoon again. Well, first of all, thank you. It's really nice that Bizonte was chosen to compete in the finals. I wish I could be in person, but I guess online will do. So, as I said, I represent Bizonte, and Bizonte is about to become a leader in underwater robotics. And what exactly is underwater robotics? Well, to explain that, we have to look at the underwater services market. When you look at any infrastructure or any investment that is offshore, from oil and gas industry through ports to offshore wind farms, all of that infrastructure requires constant inspections, maintenance, and on the construction stage, it also requires a lot of surveys, and after that, decommissioning and, of course, repairs. And to achieve that, we have different options. There are divers and there are ROVs. And divers are quite self-explanatory. They're human beings. They always risk their life when they go underwater. And ROVs is a short form remotely operated vehicle, which is basically underwater drone, underwater robot. And we can roughly divide them into two sections: inspection ROVs, which are quite small and nimble, although they lack capabilities. They are quite like cameras on a string. And then we have world-class ROVs, which are bigger, sometimes in several tons. They are workhorses of the industry. They can perform many tasks, but they are quite expensive, dangerous, really hard to deploy. And this is pretty much what the market used for many years until now, because we came up with NIX 300. It is our own ROV based on patented technology, variable geometry hull technology. And not going to technicalities, the simple explanation: we have inspection class sized ROV that has capabilities of world class ROVs, often 10 times smaller and 10 times lighter than the world class in comparison. We basically took the best traits of diverse inspection ROVs and world class ROVs and bundled them together into our product with additional benefits. And to explain that, on this market, the versatility, the size and the weight of the unit is the deciding factor when it comes to the whole cost of the operation. And the market, it is quite big, it is growing. It is set to reach $9.5 billion in 2028. And it is not taking into account the fact that renewable sources of energy, such as offshore wind farms, are growing really rapidly, and they are set to exceed oil and gas market at some point. And also you can see 30% of the market, 1/3 of the market currently is in Europe, and we are based in Europe, so it's quite easy to reach that market. It is a good time to actually go into that market, and we've been developing this solution for several years. We started in 2015 with proof of concept, and over the years we've been awarded multiple times on different exhibitions. We acquired grants, governmental grants, and we also attracted investors along the way. And right now we're going to the market with NIX 300, and it was developed with cooperation with Seaport of Gdańsk. Seaports are quite harsh environments for ROVs, and developing it according to the needs of that environment actually makes it the best solution for the other market segments. But that's just the beginning, basically. And the NIX 300 is the beginning of the whole family, because the technology is fully scalable. We can make it bigger, we can go deeper to address other markets, some more, some less exotic. And some of the markets that are not there yet, like deep sea mining, and currently we are the only company that has technology to actually address that market. And as behind every other company, there are people. Behind Bizonte, there's a lot of extremely good engineers, innovative inventors with multiple patents, and a broad board of advisors with extreme experience in business development. And this is pretty much it in short terms. And we're currently going to the market with Nix 300. We're gathering investment round currently. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Big round of applause for you from Wrocław. And let's move on to the questions. We've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Very, very interesting presentation. I would like to ask, what is the exact stage of the development of your product?
Okay. So as I showed you on the presentation, in 2015 we had a proof of concept, and over the years we were developing it more and more. And just before COVID, we had a prototype that was tested in a real environment. And what we have now, what we've been developing with Seaport of Gdańsk, is basically a product, and we're going to the market. I cannot really, because you have to understand, I'm not taking this lightly when I say that this is quite disruptive technology on the market. We have potential customers that we're talking with, but they cannot specify even the sector of the market at this stage. But this is a product at this point.
Thank you.
And how much time you need to finish the product, and how much money you have to spend into this?
Okay, so basically the product is almost finished. As I said, we already had a prototype. This is just a newer version that was developed according to the specific market needs. So it's basically almost there. I would say it's a matter of days at this point. But the money we are gathering is to accelerate the expansion. And there are many ways to do that, of course, but the general idea is that we are addressing a European market, which is quite big, especially considering the fact that there's a lot of governmental pushes and programs going towards the renewable sources of energy, like offshore wind farms. And current technology competition, they don't really have the exact ROVs or tech that is actually applicable there. There are, of course, everyone is trying to do that, but, well, what we have is quite completely different when it comes to construction itself.
Okay, thank you so much. We just ran out of time. Big round of applause again for you. And we are moving on to Łukasz again, but this time Łukasz Piotrowski and Omnias. Let's see if we can connect. Hello?
I believe we're in. Hello, Wrocław.
Yes, yes. All right, I'm starting the clock. You've got 3 minutes. Good luck.
Fantastic. My name is Lucas. I'm a CEO and founder of Omnias, the metaverse for physical retail. Back in the days, the life of the retailers was much easier. The consumers were coming simply to the store. With the appearance of the internet, the retailers started to shift away from their core competence and drift into something what is today called multi-channel. What does it mean? 2 strategies, 2 teams, 2 KPIs. It's time to change it. Omnias will bring all stakeholders back into the physical store and provide them with the true omni-channel experience. So how does it look like in practice? The consumer walks into the store, opens the application of the retailer, where our SDK with the technology is plugged in. Because we recognize the vast amount of the products in a second, we overlay the content, 2D, 3D, quests, games, rebates, promotions, just name them, whichever the brand wants, because they are managing the content on the Google AdWords-like platform. Because we recognize the entire shelf, we're being able to advise the consumer, displaying only the vegan products, gluten-free, paraben-free, etc. Omnias runs in an enterprise SaaS model with the B2B subscription, creating the flywheel effect between the retailers and brands. The biggest benefit for the retailers, because of this digital layer, is the new e-revenue streams. For the brands, it's the offline to online marketing channel with the clear ROI. And for the consumers, it's all about the personalization in a physical store. Summarizing, we drive more traffic with the gaming. We increase the sales thanks to the individualization of the experience. Because we engage the consumers, the whole data comes in a fraction of the price, thanks to which the retailers don't have to invest into the expensive cameras or the robots. And all this comes on a single platform. We started this journey more than 2 years ago with the POC in Singapore. We're revenue driven with the trusted partners on the global contracts. we recently concluded the consumer test on 500 consumers, where we received a whooping confirmation that the metaverse of Omnias will be used in their own 8,000 stores. We also focus in the next quarters on growing the MRR. By 2025, we want the Omnias to be available for every single retail store. In order to support it, last year we received the R&D grant for the computer vision. We're running the bridge financing at the moment in order to arrive next year to the flywheel effect creation and exit to the major metaverse player. Our team comprised 3 international leaders, myself, Polish, coming from the retail background, Mark, Swiss, coming from the agency background, and Adams, British, with the more than 100 IT implementations. We're supported by the best AI experts in Poland and a team of 12. We're seeking right now the bridge financing on a convertible note, where 50-50 is being used to the product and the commercialization. Thank you very much. Myself, I'm online, but my head of strategy is sitting right behind you, so he can wave. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. And now let's move on straight to the questions. We got 3 minutes and 30 seconds for that.
Hey, Lukasz. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
I'm very interested to know what are the main achievement that you need to have in order to hit those numbers at Series A, in terms of course, valuation that you plan to get the money that you are planning to spend.
Mm-hmm. So the business model which you see here is based on the subscription, $10 per store, $10 per SKU inside the store per chain. Just to give you the comparison, the camera technology, which is provided by the Amazon Go technology, for the size of the store of 7-Eleven or Żabka, cost $156,000 per year. So the model is being built in this way, and that's where we look for the penetration of the market from the store and from the SKU perspective.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you know any other companies who do same things as you are?
Right. So in our competitors' benchmark, we look at the matrix, where we divide them between the 3 value propositions for the consumer, retailer, and brands. And between them, there is the consumer experience applications, there is a shelf recognitions company, and a brand's experience driven through the augmented reality. So based on this, nobody is providing the Web 3.0 capabilities, because this Web 3.0 capability is the new technology which is coming. But the competitors are working in a specific segments.
Okay, thank you.
And what you believe is going to be the main stream of revenue in the next 5 years?
Mm-hmm. So we're going back to a very similar question, which you asked before. Nevertheless, it's a revenue from the merchandising analysis of the shelf, and that's really our go-to-market strategy, because single merchant, let's take the retailer of the size of Biedronka. There is approximately 4,000 merchandisers on the payroll monthly, where 50% of their time is being spent on analyzing the shelf, 50% on the exposition. We'll be able to, with the technology, and we already tackled this challenge on the computer vision, to bring this half time down to 10 minutes. With the incorporation of the, because it's only 10 minutes, we'll be able to deploy it directly into the store so that they can actually walk around the store and analyze the shelf. And the third level is exactly the platform enablement for the consumers, with the advertising capability, where the brands can take control and the retailers can actually become their own Facebook.
Yeah, because this is a lot of data regarding the customer behavior inside the store. So are you thinking to monetize also the possibility to make like predictive analysis on how to even position the products on the shelves, or you know, the aisles itself with the different type of products?
Correct. There is, based on my experience and the feedbacks with the investor, the key is to focus on the core revenue stream and talk about the additional revenue streams where this one is mastered. So yes, there are different revenue streams. There is a potential of the monetization of the data. Nevertheless, I would add that the data lays directly on the retailer side, and they have a consent for the brands in order to access it.
Thank you so much, Łukasz. We ran out of time, but big round of applause again to you from Wrocław. And now in Wrocław, we have Challenge Rocket and Tomasz Florczak, who'll join us on this floor. Here you are.
Thank you. Okay, now we're all set up. Yes. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're starting the weekend and you're still all here in the audience listening to the presentation, so I truly appreciate it. And I will tell you the story about hiring and how we think it can be truly reinvented. So all of you, you've been in the process either as employers or job candidates, and probably it was some sort of fun experience for you or absolutely terrible one or anything in between. And probably you've encountered some of those problems. So for hiring brands, needless to say, it is very tough to fill open tech position with the right fit. And the brand needs to go beyond the job listing, but they lack tools to effectively engage so-called passive candidates. And from the perspective of candidates, well, if you're senior level Java engineer, life is good. You can pick and choose different options. But still, there's a quite tough competition for the top brands, and you can be annoyed about some parts of the process. If you're a junior level person, well, that's a bit of a different story, because you might be very talented, but you can still easily get rejected from the recruitment process if your skills do not shine from your resume. And we don't like it. And our vision is that we believe that every single candidate, regardless of their education, background, levels of experience, should have this chance to demonstrate their true skills in front of hiring brands and be evaluated based on that, based on their merits. And there are no just fluffy words. Let me show you with one example how we make it happen. So picture this, you're a candidate, there's a brand like Coke, right? And you're applying to job. So first of all, it starts in a regular way, you're leaving some information about you, and then there's no waiting time to be for the job interview. You're showing off your skills up front. You can show your analytical skills, business skills, or you can show your coding skills, solving some problems online. And then the magic happens because our platform is automatically evaluating your skills. And based on that, you're being given early decision from the brand. Like it can be you're in the top 5% of the talents who are automatically accepted for the next round of the interview. You have quick, easy, transparent, unbiased process with the brand. And the hiring brands, they are getting pool of talents, pre-assessed pool of talents, so they get some early insights into skills. And now, we have proven the effectiveness of the process with some SMEs and big Fortune 500 brands, including companies like Samsung or UI. And we have proven that we can deliver value, that we can increase the key hiring metrics like time to hire, cost to hire, quantity of talent, quality of talent, and number of candidates received. So we have received quite a lot of love from the brands. We have also received quite a lot of love from our candidates because they love the process. Over 100,000 people joined the platform so far. And it's working with a simple, flexible model when you can pay per talent or pay per platform usage. But we're not stopping there. We're actually going beyond it. And this is the first time we wanted to show that to you at this conference. We are building a new category of tool, not only the hiring platform, but talent engagement platform, where you as a brand, you can engage talent early on, you can form relationships with your future talent pool before they even apply, before they enter the workforce. What you can do is you can compose very immersive experiences for your future candidates, like hands-on learning experiences, competition experiences, so they can join, they can learn with your brand, they can grow with your employer brand. And every single interaction they have with your brand on the platform, it leaves a digital space, a digital trace, excuse my mistake, so you get to know them better, and when the time is right, you can go to the hiring process based on the actual skills. The growth model, in a nutshell, we are growing on new markets, and the model is that we're acquiring capital and partners on the market we wanted to grow. Recently, we want to grow in Japan. We have acquired one of the biggest investors in Southeast Asia, which is the leading recruitment company, and they want to implement our model as the first European company because they see no tool like this. I need to use this opportunity to tell one more thing. We are hiring, and we would truly appreciate if you all consider us as your future employer. So we're very straightforward. Please feel free to say hi and to talk to us afterwards. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. And now let's move on straight to the questions because we've got 2 minutes left.
As long as I know, there is some similar companies as yours and who provide similar services. Could you tell me what is special about your company and this solution?
All right. So speaking about the competitive landscape, a unique thing about us that makes us stand out. First thing number one, is the unique process. There are some companies, some platforms that are used for pre-assessment. If you have your own candidates, you can put them through the test and you're going to get some results afterwards. We're actually applying a sort of different model because we're telling those companies, go ahead with the recruitment process when candidates can show their skills up front, and based on the results they obtain, they will be given some sort of automatic feedback and response. That's thing number one. Thing number two, when it comes to talent engagement, we do not believe there's a direct competitor in this space when you can actually launch different kind of initiatives. Like you can launch hackathon, you can launch learning. There are a lot of learning platforms, but the companies, they are using different kind of distributed tools. One tool, let's say you use Coursera because you want to engage with some learning content with your future candidates. You're using different tool for the conferencing, for the virtual hackathon, and then you're trying to consolidate results and candidates from those tools. You don't know which initiatives are more effective. We are one place when you can effectively attract those candidates, drive engagement, convert them to hires, and we have results. With those brands, with early pilot implementations, those companies are coming back to us because they are getting more candidates. I can elaborate on that, but I want to give you a chance to ask some more questions.
Actually, we don't have time for more questions, but if you'd like to add something to us.
So sorry, guys, about that. Yeah. Thank you so much again.
All right, thanks a lot. And now, let's try to dial in our next online startup. And it is GrabMax and Bruno.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yes, perfectly. And now I'm starting the clock. You've got 3 minutes. Good luck.
Hello, my name is Bruno Corondi, and I'm going to speak about GrabMax. Basically, GrabMax is providing eyes and brain to the robot. By the way, dzień dobry, panowie. I used to live in Krakow. It was a really nice experience, but today I am in Budapest, so I'm going to present online. I will represent our knowledge via chess. Why I have chosen chess? Because chess is a worldwide game, commonly played, and it's requiring intelligence. I will start the history of chess machines. So basically, Farkas Kempelen built a chess machine, and according to the rumor, is used to play it against Napoleon, Benjamin Franklin, but of course the machine won. It was not a real chess machine, as it was like a mechanical masterpiece, but there was a player inside. So basically not a complete machine. Of course, when we were a child, then we used to play it on internet, but it was mainly a software chess engine. But today, I can claim that we built the real chess machine. Is it playing in your screen?
Unfortunately not.
Oh. So basically, this is a real chess machine. When there is a camera which is recognizing my moves, and then there is the AI which is thinking as a player, and then of course there is the robot arm which is playing the chess. So this is a real chess machine. Basically, I would like to invite you to Budapest to challenge yourself or challenge your chess skills but I will make bet on the machine because it has pretty good AI. So please come to Budapest and challenge yourself. Why I have talk about chess? Basically because it's really goodly represent our power. And there are some industrial problems that we can solve with the same knowledge, like picking from the bin, measuring, machine tending, and pallet building. Those are 4 problems that we can solve with our knowledge. And we have modules, hardware and software, and those modules are solving these problems. So we have bin picking, quality check, machine loading, and palletizing. Each of the modules are in a different state. Bin picking module is ready. And basically, we are looking for investment to finalize our products. To help you to envision where those problems are, I put here a schematic drawing. In this schematic drawing, you can see automotive production line. Of course, bin picking is the feeding of the line. So basically, a robot putting from the bin the materials to the production line, and this is bin picking. So GrabMax bin picking module. Then quality check. Quality check could be at the beginning of the production line, of course, at the end or any stage of the production line. But basically, this is also requires machine vision. Then, of course, you would like to manufacture your product, so there is a machine loading. And at the end of the line, there is palletizing, of course, after the packaging. So this is a schematic, but basically our modules are in everywhere in the production line. Then I give you another example where it's really useful, our module. This is intralogistic schematic drawing. So there are the storage bins and there are the orders. And in between there is commissioning. And basically bin picking can be used for commissioning. And in this case, it's bin picking commissioning. A little bit about the GrabMax, how it's built, the topology. So GrabMax is simple. There is a camera. It could be 2D, 3D scanner. So this is the vision. Then there is the controller, which is an industrial PC. And on the PC, there are the different modules running. So it's hardware and software together. And this is the GrabMax. And then, of course, there is the client, which has the needs or the problem or the automotive or intralogistic problem. And GrabMax could be easily connected to any commercial robot like Fanuc, ABB, KUKA, Yaskawa, Universal Robots, and so on. About the product, this is bin picking. So basically, the robot is next to the bin, the camera is upper the bin, it's making a picture, and it's taking from the bin. This is an already installed application at DPV at Szombathely. So our module is ready, and we are already on the market and selling this unit, this module, complete system. A little bit about technology. Do I have more time, or I am run out already?
You're already in the Q&A, and we've got 1 minute and 30 seconds to go in total.
Okay, sorry. So
no
basically,
problem.
I can go to the details, but I'm ready to answer the questions.
So could you tell us a little bit about the technology?
Yeah, so the technology is let's say simple to understand, but it's a difficult technology. So the scanner is above the bin. It's creating scanning. There is a triangulation. After the triangulation, the point cloud is created, 3D point cloud, and out of the 3D point cloud, there is a recognition and localization, and it's localizing the part. And after the localization, it's giving like the position and the orientation coordinates to the robot. And basically the robot with these coordinates can pick up. We are in that phase that we are going to create also the path planning for the robots. But of course, we need to create for every brand. So first ABB, then Fanuc, then Mitsubishi, and so on. So we need to do it one by one as all the robots are different. So basically, this is it.
Do you sell your products, actually?
Yes, we are selling our products, and I'm going to go to the business model. Sorry. So basically, there are the industrial problems, and there is the GrabMax modules. In between, there are the robotic system integrators, and we are selling to the robotic system integrators our product, and basically they are building the entire system, like conveyor, like robot programming, PLC programming, safety. and so on. But we are selling to them, and basically our product is relatively, let's say, easily defined, and they are building a bigger machine. And yes, to answer your question, we are already selling to it. So the video that you have seen earlier, this is already an installed reference at VPV Szombathely.
Thank you, Bruno. We ran out of time, but thanks a lot. A big round of applause for you from Wrocław. And last but not least, let's hear more from Natalia Ciosek and Ultron AR. Let's see if we can connect. Hi, Natalia.
Hello, can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, we can. I'm starting the clock. You've got 3 minutes. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. My name is Natalia Ciosek, and I'm a co-founder of Ultron AR. Ultron AR is simply a platform based on machine learning and artificial intelligence for creating different types of AR mobile games on mobile devices. So we have seen that many companies are struggling with building relationships with their customers. Whenever they try to make any project which is connected with AR, they find it time-consuming, really tiring, and extremely expensive. That's why we have come up with a platform, which is a platform for creation of AR games. It means that you are able to create your own Pokemon Go within less than 30 minutes and just with a couple of steps. So our customers, business customers, get access to the customer panel in which they can easily manage all the tasks for their users. So, for example, they are able to ask their users to recognize text, recognize the video, recognize any kind of object, or, for example, make interaction with an AR creature or AR posture. So the user can see what actually you can see right now on the screen. There is an AR character, and there is this gamification in that. So it means that users of the game are completing tasks. At the same time, they are also collecting points for answering the questions. And finally, if that's what the creator of the game wants, they also win prizes. So our competition are all games, AR games, which already have got active users. However, Ultron AR is a tool for creation of very personalized and easily designed games, AR games, without any special IT knowledge. The mobile AR game market is just huge right now. It's worth over $150 billion, and the trend is rising. And there's a huge proliferation for all AR apps, and it's been seen right now. So we sell our application, our panel, in the business model for business customers. You can either choose your private game, which is free, or you can get to the global ranking, get your users to the global ranking, or choose a business package in which you see the real world map, which means that you see exactly what your users can see on their mobile phones. We have gone through many accelerators. Last year, we went to Expo 2020 to Dubai. We were one of the partners in the Polish pavilion. Also, we took part in Nova Accelerator. It was Check-in Accelerator in Portugal, where we are doing right now 3 pilots with 3 Portuguese companies. And also, for example, we went to Taiwan in 2019 for FinTech Taipei. In 2019, we also received a grant from National Center of Research and Development in Poland. The grant was worth 7.5 million Polish zlotys, and we are planning to finish 2022 with revenue of over 5 million Polish zlotys. This is our team. It's quite huge right now. However, there are only some of the representatives here. Right now, there are more than 40 people on board, and we have got people with different experience from different branches. And for example, data science specialists or cybersecurity specialists, but also me and Greg, who are the co-founders of the company, are running our own businesses for nearly 18 years right now. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm awaiting the questions.
Thank you, Natalia. Round of applause for you from Wrocław, and let's see if we have any questions. We've got 3 minutes. Are there any questions?
Hi, Natalia, it's Angelo here.
Hi, Angelo. Sorry for my voice. Thank you.
No worries. I wanted to understand what is your plan to make the whole business like 100% scalable. If you can guide us through the strategic move that you plan to do in order to have a scalable business?
It will be perfect if we achieve and gain as many users as possible. And for that, we are trying to make this project 100 just simply free for public institutions. So if you are, for example, a mayor of a city and you would like to make a tour for your for the tourists coming to your town, you are able to do it for free. Also, we are trying to just allocate as many users from this private little games, because when you choose your private game, the users which are inside, they also see the every game that is available on the platform.
Okay, thank you.
We've got 2 minutes left. Any other questions?
Okay, I have one sort of technical question. Does your application help to deploy the game on the App Store and Google Play Store, or how does it work? If I'm
when you finish
the new game.
When you finish the process of designing your game, you simply make a click and you get the application ready for both, and you can make it available both in App Store and Google Play.
Okay, thank you. But still, there is my liability to check if it's okay to do all the tests and so on before deploying it on the App Store, or do you help with it?
This one is only in the business package, where you can create and make use of your own data, for example. But when you make use of our data, which are inside of the engine, it's on our site to make it 100% fast and running just after you simply finish the game.
Thank you very much.
And could you tell us about your marketing strategy?
So right now we are trying to get to the as many fairs, like the fairs for the gamers, as possible. We are also trying to find the company which is helping platforms as ours to get abroad, because this is actually our main goal right now. And I think the marketing is the thing that we will right now have to raise money, because the project is finishing by the end of 2022, and now it's on our side to get it to get the whole promotion done.
All right, we ran out of time just now, so thanks a lot, Natalia. And that was it. That was the final 13. So thank you all for joining us on Hopin and here in person. And now I would like to invite our jury to the private deliberation room so that we have a chance to choose the winning startup. And later we will announce the awards. So once again, big thanks to Piotr Filipiak, Angelo Burgarello, and Luisa Nowacka. Thank you so much for being in the jury. And now I believe there will be a panel discussion. See you soon.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
You did a great job as the MC of this event. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you, that's very sweet, but no one knows that except for our team. Monika was my mentor through all my 2 years on Wolf Summit. She's been the one I've been looking up to. She was the MC in Warsaw, in Concordia, everywhere we've been to. And oh my God, did I want to take her place. And look at me. Finally, I mean, she gave it voluntarily to me, but still.
I mean, when you say such things, it comes with a lot of responsibility and pressure.
A Spider-Man one.
Okay, but let's change the topic a little bit, because
be
you know
professional.
we don't want to talk about how great we are. We want to talk about how great was the event, mostly thanks to you, our dear attendees, the team, volunteers, our amazing technical crew, our photographers, and the speakers. Anna, what was your favorite part?
Honestly, obviously, when I was announcing the panels, I skimmed them through a bit, and I had my favorites, and they didn't disappoint. For example, one of the most awaited for me was the one from Agata Białkowska-Samul about the diversity in teams and startups. And it was such an insightful topic that I even stole a couple of quotes for my panel today. Maybe you can do for a change, and you can go with your favorite one.
I mean, Smart City, definitely very close to my heart, and it's within my area of interest. We had really cool guests talking about it. And something that is connected to that, Future of Living.
That was a very nice one, yeah. I liked it as well.
Any other favorite ones?
Actually, I think that I am going to share one with you. The one with the walks in different cultures. It's not because we had Elena there.
Of course it is.
No. It's not only because of that, but also it was one of the biggest panels for today, and I felt very inclusive and included when they were on the stage. What do you think?
Yeah,
what are your thoughts?
It was entertaining. I mean, after the almost full week of really insightful, knowledgeable panels, it was great to have something more relaxed and funny, and we got really good feedback from you. And I personally loved the presentation of Paulina Tenner. She's no longer here, but
Talking about entertainment, come on.
Oh. Exactly. So yeah, that was my favorite. I mean, like one of the favorite ones. And of course, the Gen Z panel, absolutely, as I've mentioned before, Gen Z is a generation that old people like me don't understand. And I wanted to ask a question.
Go ahead.
But you didn't tell people that there's a Q&A.
Well, I wasn't planning to have one because we were approaching the lunchtime, and I was like, what is more important, to fill up your stomach or to talk about Gen Z?
May I pop
made
the
my
question
choice.
now?
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so what do you wish people from older generations, and maybe the younger, the alpha ones, knew about you that would make it easier for you to collaborate and communicate?
If I were to answer this question myself from my perspective, which is obviously, if we're going to generalize, it depends for everyone.
Yeah, just like subjective.
Yeah, but for me personally, all I really wanted to is for my older colleagues or older generations to show a bit more vulnerability to me. I am a fragile person myself, and I think a lot of young people have very, very fragile and very soft minds, and we need to encourage the strength and bravery that they can have, but sometimes it's very scary to try and say something. Maybe it's stupid, but sometimes you really want to say something, and maybe it could be brilliant. So I really wanted to see this like soft side of my colleagues and support that they can provide, or criticism, but a soft one.
Okay, but the reason we don't do that well enough is what we got from the previous generation. But as some of our panelists mentioned, you know, we shouldn't put the labels on the generations. Like, we should collaborate, and the generations should converge, like the art
and like the
technology.
topic of Wolf Summit.
Yeah, so we're still waiting for the finalists to be announced. And I see that
our wonderful presenters, the MCs of the closing ceremony, are getting prepared. I can see it.
Okay.
A heated debate. Mm-hmm.
How about you? Did you have a favorite startup, favorite pitch? Anybody? Say yes or no. Yes. Okay. Great.
So that's we already have a favorite from the audience. I wish we could maybe do a next, like an audience award or something. On
Definitely.
The next, talking about the next summit, you wanted to ask me something, but I mean, when I already know the question, I wanted to say that one of the things that also was very dear to my heart is the Ukrainian startup track and the whole Ukrainian track at all. A big shout out to the guys, for making us visible. But at the same time, when we were chatting with Monika before coming up on stage, she asked me, hey, do you
have a dream connected to the next editions and your work in general?
And I was like, oh, we could use that on stage, okay? Because in one of the conversations with the guys from Ukrainian startups and Ukrainian ecosystem, we've decided that maybe we could do a Wolf Summit in Kiev. And for me, that's personally a big dream. To see it rebuilt and to see and show how powerful Ukrainian community can be and what we have to offer.
But for now, we had a strong representation from Ukrainian investment funds and startup business expert, and it was a pleasure and an honor to have those people here. And they shared really sometimes like very scary facts, but also they're full of hope, and we are full of hope. So maybe not in the next edition, because we already have some cunning plan about it, but maybe like the second next, Kiev? I mean, fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
And I'm going to circle back to the words that one of my panelists, Arina Yana, said, that we are extremely grateful for all of the support and enormous help that we got from Poland and Europe at all. But Poland, guys, I don't think I could ever be able to portray or tell you how grateful all of us are. And you have to know that you can count on us just as much. Thank you so much.
And
I think we're almost ready, so we're going to leave the stage, make some dramatic pause, and see if we have the results.
Yeah, but that pause, it's a comma. It's a comma, so let's wait for the final results of the Great Pitch Contest. For me, all of you are the winners, because it takes a lot of courage to come to the stage, present your idea, get roasted by the jury. So yeah, congratulations to all of the startups. Round of applause
for you.
Yeah, so comma, and we're waiting for the result. Thank you once again.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, Martin, here we are again. Time flies. What do you think about this edition?
Well, I'm very grateful to people who came to me during the networking session and just gave such nice feedback. But you know what? We're really grateful. None of this would have been possible with all the tremendous sponsorship we've got and the patrons that have supported us. And in particular, I'd like to give a great shout to our main sponsor, EDB Singapore, the Economic Development Board of Singapore. They've been tremendous. And also the co-organizers of this event, you know, the city of Wrocław. You know, it's been tremendous the amount of support that we've got from both. So a round of applause, please.
Yes. All right, let's now introduce the awards and the winning startups. We had lucky 13 pitching today in the finals, but many other startups will be awarded as well.
So before we come to the pitch competition prizes, there are a number of other special awards, aren't there?
Yes, definitely, and we will announce the winners of these prizes that I'll read in a second on our social media after the summit, so there'll be more coming. So from Microsoft, there will be a free session with Cloud Architect for up to 3 startups selected by Microsoft team. And from
Demium, yeah. So there's 5 selected pre-seed participants from the Great Pitch Contest. They'll be given the opportunity to obtain a fast track to join Demium's late incubation program with a chance to obtain full Demium's assistance prior to going to their fund.
Yes, exactly. And from Greenhouse by Comar, 2 startups they select will be granted free of charge business consultations.
So, of course, they'll be announced in social media after the event, but we do have some other special awards this evening before we come to the Great Pitch announcement.
Yes, exactly. And let's announce our first special award, and it is from Navispace, who's been partnering with us for a long time. There may be more winning startups, but today we know about 2 that caught their attention. And the first award is the fast track to the semifinals of the Smart Building, Smart Construction Innovation World Cup 2022.
And the winner is?
And the winner is... Finally got the drum roll, yeah. It's Svelte, everybody. Big round of applause for Svelte. Perfect. Next up, the second award from Navispace is a fast track to semifinals of the IoT Innovation World Cup 2023. And
the winner is, drum roll.
Yes, please, let's have the drum roll again. Bizante. So, big round of applause for Bizante. And our next special award is AI. And I'd like to invite on stage Angelo Burgarello from the AI Startup Incubator to introduce the winner.
Thank you, Rosie. So it's with great pleasure that I would like to announce the winner of our award, which is Zone Dream. Thank you, guys.
All right, thanks a lot.
Okay, so in terms of the Great Pitch Contest, nobody goes home prizeless.
No, never at Wolf Summit. So all finalists will be granted a scholarship on the HubSpot for Startups program with access to educational resources, tailored training, and HubSpot software at a startup-friendly price of up to 90% off.
Okay, but what about the top 3? What are the special prizes for our top 3 winners tonight?
Sure, definitely. So the top 3 will be granted the following awards. Media coverage by IT Key Media, an interview or opinion article featuring the startup on the itkey.media website, one of the fastest growing online magazines about tech and CEE. Also, top 3 startups will be granted a place in the Scaleway startup program with up to 36,000 euros in cloud credits. And also, there will be some trips involved.
There's a nice trip to Madrid, I think, yeah?
Yeah, I think so too. And it will be from South Summit, and they will offer top 3 startups a ticket to their upcoming event.
And then there's going to be people going to Prague.
Yes, Prague as well. Disruptors Summit offers fast track to the finals of the Startup World Cup and Summit 2022 with a chance to win an investment prize of $500,000. And also, from MindGram, top 3 startups will be granted 90% off for 6-month access to MindGram platform. And last but not least, what city do we have here? It is London. Yeah, it is London, and it is from Plugin Foundation. And their invite for the winner of the first prize, so only for the main winner, is to compete in the Pitch to London event in front of a jury of British and international investors and experts.
But I think before we announce the 3, I think it's really important to say everybody was a winner. All the finalists were winners. You know, I'm always really impressed with people how they can summarize in a couple of minutes all the years, the months, the blood, the sweat, the tears, and just present it so well. So tremendous. I'd like to congratulate everybody, actually, and a round of applause for all of the participants.
Yes, definitely. And before we introduce the 3rd place, I'd like to invite our jury to join us on stage as well, because we'll be, of course, taking some photos. And yeah, are we ready?
Yep.
Is the drum roll ready?
So have we got a drum roll, or?
Yes.
Okay, we're ready to go. In 3rd place.
The 3rd place goes to Zandream. Big round of applause for Zandream. Okay, and now it's time for the 2nd place.
Second place. So
this time we won't forget.
Drum roll again.
Yes, drum roll again. The 2nd place goes to Omnias. Everybody, big round of applause.
Okay, so. Oh, we have. Congratulations.
Oh, wow! Yay!
Congratulations.
I even stuck around.
Yes, we gotta take another photo. Come and get in the middle.
And in 1st place.
Finally, the winner of the Great Pitch Contest 2022 with the 1st prize is Simple Rent, everybody.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Thank you, Rosie. So on behalf of the entire Wolves Summit team, we'd like to thank you all for joining us over the past number of days. We sincerely hope that each and every one of you have enjoyed a very successful, interesting, and a positive experience, and we look forward to receiving your feedback in due course. But before we officially close, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors, our partners, and our patrons for their tremendous support. And last, but by no means least, I'd love to express our genuine gratitude and appreciation and heartfelt thanks to the hard-working Wolves Summit team. They've worked relentlessly over the last number of weeks to put this together.
Yes, so let's invite everyone who was involved in organizing Wolf Summit 2022 on stage. So the whole team, all the volunteers, maybe Tutki will want to join as well.
So you're going to see all of the team. We're coming back. We'll be back here in May next year, 22nd, 26th of May. And we're going to be back also in the autumn with a very amazing and incredible event. It's a surprise at the moment, but we'll shortly be announcing a special edition for October. So stay tuned for that. So we're looking forward to welcoming you back to our next event. And on behalf of all of us here, we say take care, and we look forward to seeing you soon. All the best, guys.
Okay. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
All right,
Yes,
thank you so much.
Oh.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. It was lovely to host you here in Wrocław, and see you soon. Thanks a lot. Bye.